I bring warm greetings from the Council of Architecture. It's a pleasure to be amongst my own fraternity and my own people, my students, and all the delegates who are participating in this ICON Best 2021. I bring greetings from the Council of Architecture. Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, and the Chancellor of SRM, Dean Satish Ji, organizers, conveners, delegates, participants, students, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to ICON Best 2021.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. We welcome you to the ICON Best 2021, a virtual conference on built environment, science and technology, organized by School of Architecture and Interior Design, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I, Professor Esther Shareen, Associate Professor, Admin Coordinator, School of Architecture and Interior Design, have the honor of hosting the conference room 3 out of 6, ICON Best 2021 on 20th February 2021, day 1. I welcome one and all, and I'm very excited to be amongst all of you in this conference for the afternoon session. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Architect Nicholas Ho. An award-winning architect, Nicholas Ho currently serves as the chairman of HPA, a leading multidisciplinary architectural practice headquarters in Hong Kong and a strategic partner of HKDC's Belt and Road-related initiatives. While the years of design experience across Europe, China, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, and his wealth of knowledge and insight, Ho is in Hong Kong, China, HKC, the representative to the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Business Advisory Council, member of the HKSAR Youth Development Commission, member of Hong Kong Trade and Industry Advisory Board, and a member of Hong Kong Trade Development Council, Belt and Road and Greater Bay Area Committee, and a council member of Lingen University. With landmark projects across 50 cities in 12 countries, totaling to over 1 billion feet of construction footprint, HPA has firmly established itself as an international and technologically advanced advisory platform for 4 decades. Since 2016, HPA has also spread numerous smart city initiatives through partnering with and investing in dozens of technology partners and solution providers globally, actively nurturing an ecosystem for technological development. Our advisory role and comprehensive services and value to clients' projects, including national governments and private sectors with whom they have successfully collaborated in 6 countries. Let us now proceed to Architect Nicholas Ho presentation.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Ho from HPA, Ho and Partners Architects from Hong Kong. It is my pleasure today to speak at ICON Best 2021 synopsis. It is a true great pleasure to speak among other distinguished speakers, both nationally and internationally. Today, we're here to explore new trends in architecture and design, and hopefully have a glimpse of the future. I'd like to thank Dr. Satish Kumar, Professor Pradeepa, and also Esther for organizing this conference. And for me today, I'll be speaking on building science and technology. For us as architects, our company has been around for 40 years. We've always been facing the challenge of transforming our company and industry through digital means. And hopefully today, this topic, we can share with you our experiences, our success and also failures, and what we think the future of buildings will be. So maybe without further ado, I can start with my presentation. So a bit of background about HPA. It's a 40-year-old practice founded in Hong Kong. Today we have offices in China, in Shanghai, Qianhai, in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, in London, and also in Australia, in Sydney. For us, we have always been pursuing the excellence of architectural master planning and interior design since the early days. Our projects ranges from large-scale master plan, mixed-use government projects to small interior private projects as well. So for us, I think, with all the experience we had in the past 40 years, about 3 years ago, we started exploring the smart city concept in architecture and in our industry. And for us, when we look at smart city or smart buildings, the first thing we did is that we have to define it for ourselves, because every city, every country, even every building and every company has a different adaptation, application, and definition of the word smart city. So for us as the architectural consultant, as the advisor to corporates, governments, and projects, the first thing we did is, what does smart city means for us? And for us, it is the harmonious optimization between the hard and software that fully integrated into every aspect of our lives, and using data to optimize, improve our building efficiency and the quality of the lives of the people living in it. So we imagine that smart city have different layers. From the very beginning, a smart vision. What's the objective? What's the goal? What do we aspire to be or hope to solve? Then the smart governance. What kind of policy, incentive, infrastructure that needs to be in place in order to facilitate and encourage these kind of smart cities application. And under that is the smart grid, utility, 5G, infrastructure, digital and physical connectivity. How does it support the smart city application and also usage? And then underneath it is the connectivity, the mobility. And then it's the people, the industry, and the corporates forming a one-stop, a holistic feedback cycle that nurture talents, encourage business, and also have data transparency and analytical power. So for us, that's always been our approach in the past few years. And as an architect, as a designer, we feel that our role is very limiting, because in the past, we're only involved in the design, in the architecture, or in the planning stage of the hardware. Although we work with clients or governments from the very beginning, but our role is still very restrictive. So for us, I think when we embark on smart city, we know that it is a wide topic, full of technical and political and economical issues that we cannot tackle on our own. And that's why in the past few years, we're very, very lucky to have worked with different, what we call smart partners. So we work with Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. We work with the Hong Kong Trade Development Council, the Science Park, Cyberport, and other major tech companies like Tencent, like China Mobile, and also young startups in Hong Kong and in the region, like Prenetic, SnapAsk, anything from prop tech to smart city tech, health tech, and also education tech. So from infrastructure down to the consumer-based application, we try to create our own ecosystem of technology solutions and partnerships across Asia. So we can not only advise governments on the design of the project, but also on the operation, on the data retrieval, on the data analysis, and down the line on the actual feedback system on how to optimize the city performance, as well as the people's quality of life, especially health and education. So with that, we're very happy that we have been appointed by the Thailand government as their smart city advisor. That's a photograph you see with our leader, Chief Executive Carrie Lam, and also the Thailand former Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Somkit, witnessing us signing an MOU with the Thailand government, InnoSpace. And with our experience in the past 40 years in building infrastructure and large-scale mixed-use or transit-oriented development, we try to inject these projects And these sort of portfolio of clients with new technology, with new operating systems that can help them improve and keep track and manage their property more efficiently and effectively. And about 2 years ago, we carved out a smart city venture capital branch in our firm, and we started investing in young and up and coming technology startups in Greater Bay Area, in ASEAN, and also in Hong Kong, targeted prop tech and also smart city tech, in order to bring inclusion, in order to bring diversity and technology solutions into our portfolio of projects. And so for us, when we provide advisory services, we believe that it's not just designing the hardware anymore. It's about combining the building science with technology, with design solutions. So when we advise government, city, corporates, or even buildings, the first layer of us in investigating or interrogating the problem is through the smart advisory. When we look at a corporate, look at a building, what does that building aspire to be? Does it want to be a more healthy building? Does it want to be a more green building, a more energy efficient building? Does it want to be a more communal building that has more peer-to-peer learning spaces or community spaces? So what's the definition or the objective? Because smart city is very, very wide. Building science and technology is only a tool and an arena, a device to help push the smart agenda. But every single building or corporate cannot tackle all aspects of smart city or smart building. We can only probably solve 1 or 2 issues per building. So I think prioritizing and fine-tuning and focusing is the #1 priority when we design a building. And then we work with different design solutions. We focus on how the building science can add value to that objective, to that smart KPI that we're aiming for. And then we bring in different partnerships, bring in different technology providers. It could be 5G providers. It could be a building management system. It could be a smart logistic solution provider, integrating monitor system or CCTV into the building infrastructure, into building that sort of smart brain of the building, and how these solutions can feed back the management when the building is occupied in the future to add value to the building management and operation. So these are some of the projects that we're currently doing. We're very, very blessed that we're able to work on projects from different scales, like large city master planning. This is a project in Philippines, in Manila, a new Manila Bay Smart City Master Plan project. It's a new reclamation project, 400 hectares. We're very lucky we have the support of President Duterte and former President Mayor Estrada as well from Philippines. So they have been very, very strong supporter of pushing the smart agenda in Philippines. So our scope actually extends from just master planning, but we also help with the public consultation. We work with local universities to research about what kind of smart agenda and smart objective does this city, does Manila need today and in the future? Because like I said earlier, different cities at different time, different countries at different progress of their economic development probably seek different level of smart KPIs or agenda as they develop. This is an infrastructure related master planning project. And the interesting thing about this project is that the design itself is along a canal. And we want to use the canal as a major form of transportation to serve the city while connecting to the city of Manila, which is about an hour away. So how can we create new industrial centers, new employment centers, while creating a substantial and also a very comfortable, livable city for the workers there while creating that employment. This is another example that we've done in Thailand, in EEC, Eastern Economic Corridor. with the support of the government. So it is a smart campus with universities and research centers to promote agriculture technology as well as food technology in Thailand. And it's next to, in the city of Sriracha, next to in Chonburi in Thailand. And it's an area of Thailand that has always supported technology development and innovation. So we try to combine this project. It's an Eastern Economic Corridor as well. We try to combine new technology in terms of tourism, smart tourism technology, and also smart living technology into this heritage-based tourism district. And as you know, Thailand, tourism is a huge part of the GDP. And while they are transforming the tourism industry, what kind of consumer-based application, what kind of technology infrastructure on a district scale can they implement in order to enhance the user experience, the user friendliness of foreign tourists? How can they enjoy, learn about the local heritage more while they enjoy the good food and the good culture there? So I think this is a very interesting exercise of bridging software, which is the people, the Thai culture, the tourism, the smiles and the friendliness with new modern technology to bridge that gap between foreign and local tourism. This is a project we've done for the Hong Kong Science Park near the border. It is a new technology hub that would host more than 1,000 startups and create new ecosystems focusing on deep tech like biotech and also precise engineering, robotics, so on and so forth. So we're very lucky to work with a lot of people on this project, not just the government and the other consultants, but we actually worked with the end users to create first of its kind of what we call a programmable building. I think going forward, to really push building science as technology to new levels, is not just as a designer and as the building owner, we create an infrastructure to monitor, to keep track, to analyze the data received, and to feedback the operation. That's the model that we're doing today. But in the future, the concept of a programmable building is that the user can use the infrastructure that we designed in place, the digital infrastructure, the M&E mechanical engineering infrastructure of the building, and the user, like a research or science park or university campus, the user themselves can program the building to cater their own needs. So this is a new concept in building technology. It's no longer just smart building, but user-based programmable building, meaning that the building itself is a sandbox for technology innovation. Meaning if the user on third floor, they are doing some smart light switches and they want to track and monitor what's the best way to do smart lighting, to control the light switches. They can easily plug into the infrastructure, the smart interface of that single building, and then program it in a way to help serve their technology experimentations. So programmable building is something that we believe is the future of smart buildings. This is another smart city project in Hong Kong that we've done that's under planning. This is an art district in Greater Bay Area in Dongguan that retained almost 50% of its existing building, which is the old industrial factories, and creating a new art district using technologies and connectivity from AR, VR, and also to physical connectivity, public spaces, so on. Again, this is many more technologies based planning. Perhaps we can skip this one as well. As I can see, the time is running out a little bit. This is a airport master plan project that we have done in Shenzhen. And it's also about creating neighborhoods, enhancing the user-based application to do feedback within the TOD stations management system. This is a project that won a few awards in MIPIM, as well as Asia Property Awards. It is a building that we are in charge of designing both the architecture, landscape, interior, and also the smart management system. So this building is the first building in our portfolio that we design everything top to bottom, as well as we integrated the smart building system into the building to help them manage their day-to-day energy usage, the energy audit, the user behavior. How do we feed back to for the people? And next stage, we're implementing a happy index because this building has numerous amount of outdoor areas, have exercise platforms, you can see a ramp in the beginning for cycling, so on and so forth. And so I think this building is one of the first ones that we've done that truly embodies the spirit and the holistic concept of hardware to software integration. Yeah, so I think before I conclude my presentation and jump into the video, one thing that I'd like to share is I think going forward in building science and technology, we must work very closely together, not just on new buildings, but also with the old buildings that's already in society today. In Hong Kong, every year we have maybe hundreds, if not thousands of new buildings completing every year. But we have 60,000 of old buildings in Hong Kong. And the rate of constructing new buildings is not nearly enough or significant at the rate of retrofitting and converting old buildings, improving their building science, improving their monitoring system, and also improving the condition of the people living in those buildings. So I think for us as architects and designers, we're no longer just looking at integrating and implementing new technologies into new buildings, but we're also taking a very closer look and also looking at exactly how we can implement new technologies or different level of new technologies into the existing built fabric of our society, especially older buildings and existing buildings. So with that, maybe we can play the video. It's a Negawatt. It's a company that we invested in, which does building operating system. Imagine you have an iPhone. An iPhone is not a smartphone until you have the iOS, which is the operating system of the phone. So the concept of Negawatt is to provide and implement a building operating system, much like the smart system in an iPhone, making buildings smart through an operating system. Maybe we can play the video. Thank you.
For your insightful presentation, and I'm certain that the audience have found it to be very informative. And now we shall take a short sponsor video break, post which we shall proceed to our next speaker, architect Sibarani Sophia.
ergonomic articulated keyboard station for long working hours. Work Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives. Slide in, slide out, rotate or lock, easy access of CPU below the desk. Work Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives. Third generation concealed drawer slides for your furniture. EBCO, simplifying lives. EBCO sleek telescopic drawer slides for quality furniture, much more than most. EBCO, simplifying lives. EBCO, new generation concealed hinge for quality furniture, much more than most. EBCO, simplifying lives. Ergonomic doorknob lock for your bedroom and bathroom doors. EBCO, simplifying lives. Add design aesthetics to your furniture with aluminium profiles and handles. Live Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives. Space utilization at its best. Wall bed fitting for compact multifunctional rooms. Live Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives. Now, easy access to your bed storage with ProLift electric bed fitting. Live Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives. Floor-to-ceiling walk-in wardrobe sliding system. Design it with glass and wooden panels as per your choice. Live Smart by EBCO, simplifying lives.
I would like to introduce our second speaker for the afternoon session, architect Sibarani Sofian, founder and director of the Urban Plus Indonesia. A passionate urban designer, planner, and a business leader with extensive experience in various urban projects in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia and Indonesia, focusing on executive sustainable urban development based in integrated multidisciplinary approach. Having worked for leading international firms such as the RSP Architect Planners and Engineers, Skidmore Rowing and Merrill, EDAW, AECOM, Sibarani has gained vast experience and worked on various award-winning master planning projects in Southeast Asia from Vietnam, China, South Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, India, and other countries as well. Sibarani is the founder and director of Urban Plus practice that he has started in 2017 together with several key and urban design experts to assist clients and cities in creating compelling urban projects. With wealth and experience of network of key players in urban developments, in Indonesia, Sibarani and team in Urban A Plus have spearheading the strategic infrastructure driven planning and other master planning communities or mixed-use projects which aim to develop better built environment. He has won a lot of awards in 2016 as the Best Landscape Project, in 2015 Best Planning Project. Let us now proceed to architect Sibarani's Sofian's presentation.
Hi, hello. My name is Sibarani Sofian. I'm a founder and principal of Urban Plus, a multidisciplinary design, planning and architecture and landscape practice based in Jakarta, Indonesia. Previously, I was a director for a global company called AECOM. So I worked in Singapore and Hong Kong for the past 15 years, and I moved to Jakarta about 2011, and I started since in Indonesia, expanding the network of AECOM in Indonesia, and since 2017, I started my practice together with a couple of other friends. Now, probably people know me more as the winner of the Negara Rimba Nusa, which is the Indonesian new capital city of Indonesia in East Kalimantan. And that's all about me. And I would like to congratulate for the ICON Best 2021 conference, the international conference organized by School of Architecture and Interior Design, SRMIST. And I also happy that I can probably share some of the thinking and also some of the works that I've been doing, especially related to the Negara Rimba Nusa. And I would like to also acknowledge Dean Satish Kumar and Professor Pradipa Convenor and also Nippon Paint, who actually introduced this event to me. And also I would like to acknowledge all the other speakers in this conference, hoping that the event will be successful and you, all the audience can gain interest and also gain certain insights about the topic of the discussion. So I would probably going to share a little bit about the topic of my discussion. My focus will be mostly on the city planning and design, and especially in particular the case of the competition that we did for the Indonesian capital city that is going to be relocated in East Kalimantan. So I'm gonna probably spend the next 20 minutes sharing about this and hoping that, so for those of you who probably know a little bit of Bahasa or Sanskrit, you probably can relate with this keyword, 3 words, Negara Rimba Nusa. Negara stands for cities or settlements, or in this matter, is about a representation of government. Yeah, because we are going to be building a city of government center of Indonesia. And the second word is Rimba, Rimba Nusa. Rimba in Indonesian or in Bahasa words means forest. The reason why we call this Rimba because Borneo is known as a forest heart of Indonesia, or probably even the world, because Borneo has been the forest for a lot of the Indonesian island. And it is important for us to emphasize this because when we design the city, we are designing in the forest, then it needs to have certain wisdoms. And Nusa, Nusa probably for some of you, Nusa means archipelago. And that represents who we are, Indonesian, who's actually one of the country that is formed by almost 17,000 islands. So we are archipelagic country. So hence we have this Negara Rimba Nusa as our sort of like a word, keywords that hopefully encompass all the idea and the vision of our capital city. Okay, so the TOR or the brief of the competition call for 3 main targets: Indonesian-centric or nationalistic development, and the second one is sustainability. Sustainability by means of environment, sustainability by economic and social. And the third one is going to have an Indonesian society forward thinking and technologically advanced by means of smart city and high technology advancements. So these 3 so-called pillars of development geared towards the the target or the vision of our President Joko Widodo to achieve by 2035 an Indonesia that is advanced society, fifth largest economy in the world, that really become the advanced society, and this city will be the representative of that. So with that, we transpire that vision into three keywords of Indonesian centric and transformative. Transformative being that we are transforming into the future, inspired by nature as our second principles. And then the third one is Indonesian give to the world, because we will showcase what we call the advancement of the society and the transformation, especially the high technology and then we want to provide this to the world because we will showcase how we can bring this city together with the nature and the forests all together into a model city that we hope that become the new standard for the country and hopefully the world. Okay, so one of the wisdom that we try to propose in creating this city, the city will be for a population about 1.8 million people, and then the area that we are dealing with is about 256,000 hectares. 70% of that mostly are forests. So we are approaching this development by creating the principles that we develop the forest first, because the forest in Kalimantan mostly, especially in the East Kalimantan, a lot of them is actually being disturbed right now. A lot of the mining activity, a lot of the production forest that is monoculture, the forest itself losing their sort of like natural condition. So it needs to be improved. It needs to be restored. It needs to be reconnected. And we also need to harness certain energy that we can get from the forest. And also we try to pioneer the research of the forest in the world. Indonesia, being in the tropical belt, we are aspiring to be the pioneer for the forest research in the world. That's what our president envisions about. And then the second one, this is probably interesting for all architects and designers and us, probably the built environment specialists, that we try to come up with a different approach. Yeah. So the city, instead of we are building a city from scratch, but we are actually building a model of development that is as inspired from the forest. And the forest, not just a normal forest, but we talk about especially the tropical forest of Borneo, that is known, popular for the thickness of their the forest, and also the formation of the vertical trees. Yeah. So what we are thinking of is one of the keyword that we have is biomimicry. So how we can really inspire the building, the system, the utility of the cities that is derived from the system from the forest. As we know, the forest has the emergence, the canopy, the understory, and also the forest floor, with its own character. That has certain things like, for example, the water is flowing very well, and the breeze and the animal is actually moving freely at the ground level, and some certain animals moving from one branch to another using the second level connection. And also the canopy and the emergence is usually to gain energy and photosynthesis happening, and the trunk is actually used for all the energy harnessing and also taking some nutrients from the ground. So we use this analogy to create our own version of a model of building that we don't need to, for example, depend so much on the car. We try to lift up the platform of the building by piloting means. So we allowing the wind, the water, the people, the activity happen on the ground floor. Whereas the second and third or fourth story, we can connect between the building, so people don't need to spend time going down to the ground floor. and out again and up again, because in Indonesia, a lot of times we are segmented by the system of the blocks and the parcels. So when you can come out from one building, although you are coming to the next door, you have to get out from the front door, and then you have to sometimes even drive to the other side, and then you come in and you have a security check again, and then up again. It's really a wasteful activity. So we really try to move away from that prototype, and then we try to connect building from one of another without really having to go down to the ground floor, just like the orangutan doing in the forest. And we also have all this different layer of green, rooftop greenery, and also especially the rooftop we use UV PV panel, so we can harness wind energy. And we also, of course, use the ground level as our also utility, the underground level as a utility tunnel derived from the root and the buttress roots of the forest, that we have a very highly efficient system that can connect the development from one to another vertically and horizontally. And of course, we will have a car-free zone, we have an electric tram, etc., as our complement. So that's one of the so-called this inspired by nature sort of approach that we are looking at. And the second one is, as remember that we are doing an Indonesian-centric, nationalistic sort of like approach. So we have this principle of our national identity and values that we apply and symbolize in the space. So we have, for example, Pancasila. Pancasila is the 5 principles that kind of like become our value system in Indonesia. And it consists of 5 different things, like the unity, and then we also God abiding sort of society. We also have justice, we also have democracy, and we have also civilization, for example. Yeah, then we put it into a placemaking. So all these 5 principles, we put it in the what we call a lake of Pancasila. Why lake? Because the archipelago system that we have, we put the location of our capital city near to the water, to the bay of Balikpapan, so, and also near to the mangrove and the forest. So we really try to blend in side by side the city and the nature, and then we try to create placemaking that based on the value system that we have. For example, we also have what we call Bhinneka Tunggal Ika Plaza. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika means unity in diversity. As you know, that we have 34 provinces and we have thousands of subcultures and even language that are span across the whole country, in many of the islands. We need to be united. We always have this Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, that we feel that we are stronger together and we can represent our culture in the plaza. So we try to put in what we call the cultural icon of each of our culture represented in this so-called national stage. Yeah, and we also have the Statue Plaza, where we can celebrate our cultural identity and also our cultural advancements. A lot of our so-called art creator, and especially sculpture, is famously came from several islands. Like, for example, Bali is known for its sculpting skills, and it creates a lot of the artistic products that we want to put in the national stage, or art gallery, that can be a pride of our country. So, and then last not least is the palace. The palace itself really needs to represent a certain style of architecture. And this is another discussion that we need to really kind of like taking care of. As you know, Indonesia is not a singular identity. Unlike certain Asian country that can be easily represented by 1 or 2 symbols, like for example, the Japan with certain temple architecture, for example, or if you look at Thai, have certain temple architecture that is quite kind of uniform and understood, whereas Indonesia is so diverse that we cannot pick one of the cultures representing the rest. So we really need to come up with certain symbolistic and analogic sort of architecture, but that can represent us, but not necessarily coming from one or particular culture. So one of the approach that we have is to create the roof of what we call the Nusantara architecture. Indonesian architecture, in the vernacular terms, has various and almost all of the culture has a specific roof systems, and the roof is always a high pitch that go pointing up to the sky, representing our respect to the god. Yeah, because in many cultures, the triangular shape of our roof, be it in the shape of the mountain, in the shape of the trees, like the Hindu temple in Bali, it's sort of like forming like a tree-like roof. And also we have the horns of the bull that sometimes also look at as a roof of the building, for example, in Padang or in North Sumatra. Or we also have some of them that looks like a boat. Yeah, so it's all pointy to the sky. But then what we're trying to do is to create the certain language of this architecture on our civic building to represent those identity, but in a modern sense, because we need to make it as a modern building as well. So this is some of the example of our nationalistic approach and symbolic approach of the build form. Yeah. Okay. So then one of the idea. So I'm sorry that I have to go back and forth. Yeah. This one of the one that I'm showing is just one of the bit of the area that is just around here. Yeah, which is the core of our capital city. But the city itself, as I mentioned, is a city of 1.8 million. Yeah, almost 2 million people. So half of that population is concentrated around this area, where we try to enhance our idea of we are respecting the environment first. We don't build all over the place. We concentrate in certain area, but then around us we put a lot of our greenery and forest system restored. Also, some area is actually now is being very disturbed. So what we're trying to do is to restore it. We combine it with our natural forest. We enhance certain area to become a botanical garden and plant collection. We enhance the mangrove system near the bay. We also have a protected forest that we call combined together before we develop the city. So by committing 70% of the area to be remain green and only develop 30%, we are aspiring to develop a forest city approach that we only build within the necessary area. So we have a polycentric thematic clusters, a city of innovation, a city of sports, education, health, and well-being, high-tech city. Team around what we call the core of our city. The core itself is a government center that we move all our central government, the ministry, and almost 250,000 government official will be moving in the middle. But then it's a whole system of interconnected cities that become a complete cities. So you have all the necessity that you need to move in by the time all the government will start to settle in. So all the facility will be happen also concurrently. So we hope that we are resulting in a model for future forest and archipelago city that is transformative to the civilization of Indonesia. The keyword transformative is something that our president being very clear about, because he wants to say that we are not only moving the capital city as a physical thing, but we are also moving into a new behavior, a new way of doing things, and we left all the bad sort of like habits behind us, and we moved into a transformative era. For that, we're trying to assemble all the ideas, and we try to bring in the focus of our development into a concentration of what we call a compact city. So we build in the clusters that is necessary to build, but then we leave mostly all the greenery outside. So if you look at this as an archipelago system, we try to create a clusters of these development paths that is almost like the island of archipelago of Indonesia. We are surrounded by green, we are surrounded by water, we are surrounded by nature among us. So we try to strike a balance between how much development area that we need and how much a development area that we live as a nature. So hence it become a constellation like this. But then how to organize an urban system? We creating a system of axis. We call it the people axis of the nation axis, and we have also the government axis where the government work together. And we have a three-party system: the executive, legislative, and judicative. So in that sense, the executive being in the center, representing the executor of the works that is mandated by the people, yeah, the people axis, and they work hand in hand with the judicative, the lawyers, the judicial system, and also the people representative. And we start to put in all the clusters of the residential nestled around this axis. And what we are hoping is we can identify the development of the nature, the relation between the nature, the human, and we also have the hill behind us, which is the God. Yeah. So with that, we because this axis happens in a lot of the cities in Indonesia. We have this realm of the nature, we have the realm of humans, and we have the realm of the gods or the people. Something that beyond the human level. Yeah. So things that beyond us, that have power above us. So that relationship continue to be developed within this clan. And we also try to create this transformation. Yeah. We have a bit and pieces of the idea that we organize in the transformation or transformative effort. One of that is a transformation in the way of working, and later on we will talk about the transformation in the way of living and moving, or mobility and environment. So in this one, in the way of working, one of the way that we want to continue building on is the relationship between one building to another, especially in the sense of the ministry, because a lot of time the Indonesian ministry doesn't work very well. Yeah. And then they work as a segmented islands. And what we are aspiring for is a connection between all the ministry, so they don't need to leave their building whenever they want to coordinate with the other ministries. So a lot of the time, between the ministry coordination, it takes at least 1 hour, although they are still in the same city, because they have to get out from one building and then they have to drive for, I don't know, half an hour probably. But then entering the building itself is also taking another effort, creating a lot of disruption in connecting between the ministry, how they work. So as a physical representation, we need to connect them better. And by bringing this level, second level, we also creating a car-free environment, and also potential for the green roof and connectivity to engage between the different ministries. Yeah. And the transformation in the way of living, we're looking at a compact living that is 10 minutes by walking distance, uh, oriented towards public transport nodes in the middle. So we create a certain sort of like define edge and development area that you don't sprawl all over. And we build a medium density of 4 to 8 story building, using a lot of the material locally sourced. As you know, in Kalimantan or in Borneo, we don't have a lot of sand and rocks. So, but then we are plenty of a timber, a very good high quality timber. And we used to export this to Japan, we export this to America with the FSC requirement that has a very stringent sustainable standard of foresting and also reforesting after we take the crops. So that can be used as, and we are thinking that we are putting this as also as a building material that is structurally advanced. So we are not only just using as a facade or as a layer for the floor, but we can use it as also as a structural system made of timber. So with that, we can achieve, we are targeting about 60% of locally sourced, or in certain area, we will, in government building, we use 80%. And we also encourage urban farming, so we can also secure the local food production. We also opening up the ground, as what we say in the biomimicry concept of the forest city. We allow the ground floor to move, the wind and also the water and also the activity, creating a certain comfortable walking zones. As you know, in probably in Borneo, the temperature is pretty high and also humid. So it's high humid in a tropical area. A lot of people are not very keen to walk outside because of the heat and also the perspiration. So we need to create a lot of the wind corridor, and having a lot of the green fingers around us helping us to create that kind of breeze moving, and we are oriented and allow the building orientation to allow the wind to move around. Yeah. And then we actually doing right now, moving the using the thermodynamics modeling to allow the building orientation to allow the wind to move through. And the third way of transformation is in the way of moving. Yeah. So we have a large area that need to be covered, but then we have to make sure that is 80% public accessible, public oriented development, that using the public transport and other means of transportation, non-motorized, like the bicycle, the walkway, and also trams and electric trams are in some level. We are aspiring to have an autonomous car system, the driverless car. So we are now in the stage of using electric vehicle in the country right now, and later on we will transforming into the autonomous system. And to some extent, the logistic, we could use also the drone courier or even taxi courier drone in the future. And the last transformation that we are proposing is the way of caring the environment. So one of the target that we are focusing on, as I mentioned before, about the wind and the breeze, having our city being nestled around the nature and the water, and of course with certain wind direction, be it in the monsoon season or in the non-monsoon season, we are aspiring to have our building system able to live side by side and being in the surrounding of the nature, and really trying to build the ecosystem and restore it, and trying to create a lot of opportunity for sort of like a mutual relationship between building and human and also the nature. And one of the target that we are also, I think the government will build very much soon in the first stage, is the International Center for Tropical Forestry. So we aspire to be the leader for the tropical forestry research. We are now already in certain aspect, having a lot of our scientists and researcher working on a lot of the natural research of our forests and also our habitats. But I think the government, especially the president, is committed to do the international level research center in here. And of course, the last thing is one of the last sort of effort is to have a future ready city, where we try to combine all the infrastructure, the mobility system, the building system, the community, and also the governance into a smart system using the smart technology of 5G that will be built in the very early future. So we will build this also not in one go. We build it in the phases. Yeah. So we start with the closest city is about 40 kilometers away, which is a city called Balikpapan, and another 20 kilometers to the north is Samarinda. These two cities known as a sort of like a center or the core for the mining. Yeah, a lot of our coal mining happening around here. So our capital city will be somewhat 40 kilometer in the west direction, where we have the Balikpapan Bay, sort of like helping us to create certain connectivity towards the bay and using the oceans. And we will start with building the connectivity from the airport to the city, giving us only about less than an hour to be arriving in the city. And then we start with building the road system, and then later on we build also the additional cities around it. So we increase the population around 1.3 million. That's where we start to look into 2035. And of course, we try to do also the high-speed rail connection. We will probably also doing the reservoir that become the source of the water for the city, and also the energy. The aspiration of creating 100% renewables is also happen in the city. So we try to use as much as the alternative energy source for our city, be it from the water, be it from the photovoltaic, be it also from the biomass system. Yeah. And then that's why we have all the city around us also using the system of the biomass, and also the forests. And then the last but not the least, we have all the complete city. The population aspiration is 2.75 million. And still, all the cities are interconnected by road, by also public transport, high-speed rail, and also nestled around the green system. And hopefully with this, we can restore also the forests. We can live side by side in harmony with the nature, and we create a modern, futuristic city for Indonesia in the next 25 years. Yeah. So with that, I can close my presentation about Negara Rimba Nusa, capital city of Indonesia.
Thank you, Architect Sibarani Sofian, for your insightful presentation, and I'm certain that the evidence. Thank you, Architect Sibarani Sofian, for your insightful presentation. I'm certain that the audience have found it to be a very informative presentation. Now we shall take a short sponsor break video, post which we shall proceed to our next speaker, Architect Daniel Lim.
I have great pleasure in welcoming you all for the Let's Connect program of Nippon Paint India Private Limited. This program is specifically developed for the architect and the interior designer community to be part of the Nippon Paint family. Nippon Paint, as you all know, is part of the NIPSEA group, which is 137 years old, originated from Japan, and we have widely spread into all the Asian countries. In India, Nippon Paint was started in the year 2006, and that's when Indian Green Building Council was gaining momentum. And since the DNA of Nippon Paint is green, so we joined them in their campaigning of green initiatives, and we became the founding member of IGBC, Indian Green Building Council. And right from 2006 onwards, we have been associated with all their initiatives towards sustainable products and services. And we are the first company to be registered and certified as Green Co for all our manufacturing process. And the products which come out of the factory is also certified as Green Pro. Through this Let's Connect program, we would like to take your unique ideas and your projects through video shoots and sound bites to the industry people and to the audience who are eagerly waiting. Through this Let's Connect program, we create an opportunity for you to share your unique ideas and success stories. You will also have an access to be part of the AYDA program of Nippon Paint, and also into various architectural conferences, CSR activities what Nippon is carrying out in this country. AYDA is a very unique initiative of Nippon Paint, wherein it encourages and enriches the young architect and interior designing students across Asia, and we call this as Asia's Young Designer Award, wherein we want experts like you to mentor them. Through this program, we also create an opportunity for you to meet your peers and work with them closely across the globe. This platform also allows you to create an access to the tools and product information of Nippon Paint, and also there will be a dedicated Nippon team working closely with you. I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all into this Let's Connect program for a mutually beneficial experience. Let's connect.
Asia Young Designer Awards by Nippon Paint is one of the longest running and largest student design awards in Asia. 14 years in the making, AYDA has worked closely with more than 1,200 educational institutions and have received more than 35,000 entries. AYDA has worked closely with professionals to help forge a closely knitted design community with the purpose of helping improve lives and communities. It is truly about cultivating the next generation of designers. If you're currently an architectural or interior design student, it's your time to shine. Help the world see designers who are able to envision the future of spatial design, which addresses the evolving needs of communities while factoring in critical environmental and significant cultural factors. Your design has to be emphatic and innovative while addressing problems faced by both mankind and our natural environment. It is your $1 million idea that will land you the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, which is worth up to $10,000, alongside a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attend an all-expenses-paid 6-week design discovery program at Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. On top of that, you will gain access to a network of AYDA alumni across Asia to help strengthen your perspectives and connections around the world. So, here's what we are looking for. Design concept. A design that fulfills an innate human need or helps solve a problem. Functionality. A versatile design that supports people, activities, and changes in life. Design innovation. A design which maximizes or leverages tech-enabled connectivity and/or intelligence. Sustainability and relevance. A design which comprises of sustainable and eco-friendly elements which help preserve the natural environment. Aesthetic and visual impact. A design which is aesthetically pleasing and effectively integrates social and cultural aspects for the users. Color usage. A design which showcases a brilliant display of balance between colors, materials, and design outputs. Delivery and presence. We look forward to having you at the national and international finals, where you will be delivering your ideas in front of a panel of professional judges. Will you be the next Asia Young Designer of the Year? Good luck and see you there! Join the Asia Young Designer Awards via www.asiayoungdesignerawards.com or follow us on LinkedIn. Or simply speak to your lecturers or faculty members who are involved. We hope to have you join the AYDA community. Good luck!
I'd like to introduce our third speaker for the afternoon session, architect Daniel Lim. Known affectionately as Daniel Lim, he was born in 1963 and set up his practice as an architect in RSP since 1995. Daniel has been leading and growing the Vietnam studio since 2007. Daniel is the Vice President of Singapore Business Group in Ho Chi Minh City, 2016. He holds a bachelor's degree of architecture from Kent State University in USA, and he is also actively involved in mentoring architecture students in Vietnam and the region part of young He is actively involved in mentoring architecture students in Vietnam and also the Asia Young Designers Award as a judge in the regional final and a member of the advisory council. With close to 30 years of experience in USA, Singapore, Malaysia, Myanmar, Vietnam, Daniel has an impressive portfolio of large-scale projects, especially in the residential and mixed-use sectors. These include outstanding projects at Vista Mulberry Lane and Compass One in Vietnam, Fraser Place in Putri Harbour, and Susanna Iskandar in Johor Bahru, Johor, Malaysia, Shanghai, Regency, and Gems Garden in Yangon, the Shanghai Airport Terminal 2, upgrading, and the Summer Hill at Dracoit 8 in Singapore. He believes that design is contextual, and in order to uncover the most suitable design from the myriad of possibilities, architects must first seek to understand the true meaning of the project through the tenacious effort to investigate, explore, and organize. Let us now proceed to Architect Daniel Lim's presentation.
Greeting to all members and faculty of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, fellow architects and architectural students from across the world. I trust everyone is keeping safe from the COVID. Now, I'm Daniel Lim, and I'm an architect with RSP, Architects, Planners, and Engineers. And I have been practicing for the past more than 30 years, starting in US, where I graduated, in Singapore, Malaysia, Myanmar, and now in Vietnam. So I currently head the RSP practice in Vietnam, and we have offices in both Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi. All right, so the topic of the talk today is a city, neighborhood, and the built environment in connection with new technologies. And the future is a very interesting topic. All right. Because where I come from in Singapore, so I'll give a context of Singapore so that all my talks later on relate back to Singapore in terms of size and experience and things like that. So in these slides, you can see basically the city of Singapore with the CBD, the Central Business District, as the center is divided into 5 different regions. Central region, the West region, Northeast, and the Northeast region. And each of these regions has its own regional center. And then there are other towns, which like Bishan, Bedok, Punggol. And again, each town has its own town center. And then that again is broken down smaller component, which is the neighborhood like Kalang Baru, Toa Payoh East, Chai Chee, etc. Again, which is own neighborhood center. So just to give you a rough idea in terms of population size to differentiate between city and neighborhood, you can see here that in terms of population size, the neighborhood is, we're talking about around 20,000 to 35,000 population, and then it goes up to about 2.2 to 5 million population for a city. And then of course you have the mega city, constellation city that is, you know, above 8 million in terms of population. Obviously, you can see that 20,000 to 35,000, then you will ask what happened between 35 to 150,000. So towns are made out of several neighborhoods. So that's why you can see there's that gap in terms of the range of the population. Yeah. All right. Moving along, just want to give a little bit of a differentiation between urban planning and architecture. I myself is an architect. So we do the buildings and development in a slightly smaller scale. But in terms of urban planning, we are talking about common goals as architecture, livability, sustainability, the machine of life, and stage of life. But in terms of scale-wise, we're talking about for millions of people for X numbers of years, and that could be hundreds of years even. And then, of course, the level of interaction is at the city level rather than building level. And then we also talk about between urban and rural, which is basically what's made up of context of the city. And then in terms of image-wise, we're talking about the urban image. And then we're talking about city components rather than building components, building maintenance and operation. And then we're talking about for urban planning is about long-term planning, implementation, and development control. Yeah. So from the starting point, then we're talking about instead of the end user for the building, we're talking more about the population of the city itself. So in terms of using music as an analogy, urban planning is kind of like a conductor, whereas architecture is the individual musician within the orchestra itself. Okay, quickly moving along in terms of the significance of Singapore planning. Well, Singapore, although a small city-state, an island city-state, has developed in the last 50 over years since its independence from 1965 to be a model of modern city development for many other nations and cities. So I think what I'm trying to say that it is actually turned out to be a planning laboratory, meaning it's a test bed for many of the urban planning theories. And then these theories and policies are constantly updated in order to be basically matching the current requirements of people's lifestyle, economy, and the global, and then put Singapore in a global standing. Of course, for a small city of 728 square kilometers, it's actually quite high density and very, however, it's still very high livability because Singapore is very well known to be a garden city. Yeah, that has always been the stand by the leaders from day one. And of course, I think it works behind very good planning and strong implementations. And credit to the authorities in Singapore for making that possible. And for the people of Singapore, it's a wonderful city to live in. And itself is small enough where it's actually scalable and in fact replicable. And you will see that the model in Singapore is actually kind of scalable and replicated in actually many of the as a model of cities in China, which we will show you later. Many of the urban planning that RSP did in China. So the important thing is that every urbanization, basically successful urbanization, needs good planning blueprint, in other words, intelligent planning, which means that there must be a very intensive, meticulous, and rational study and think through to make sure that the city fits in terms of the location, climate, culture, and economy of the nations. Yeah. However, in the reality, many leaders focus and look straight into the landmark building, and in that way, actually underplaying the fundamental process of translating concepts into actual plan for subsequent proper implementation. So in here, I've listed basically 10 steps regarding intelligent planning. So basically, it starts with the first step in setting a vision. The decision maker will have to extensively collect and sift through a lot of theories and ideas from experts and also considered the aspiration and needs of both citizens and government in order to formulate an actionable vision for the urban planning. Yeah. So from there on, it goes on to the projection of the population of the city. City must be planned in such a way whereby decision makers and planners need to collect and analyze the basic information of the city in order to estimate the suitable population size, density, and land area to be used to be covered. Yeah, that will then move on to point number 3, which is to quantify urban components. And these urban components are consist of various factors such as sociology, economy, environment, ecology, and so on and so forth. Then together with that, structured with an urban prototypes that are taking and learning from other cities and other nations around the world to create urban prototype that is clearly fits the context of the city that you're planning, and then create in step number 5 an urban structure with quantity, meaning you got to overlay this urban prototype that you created with all the consideration of sociology, economy, and so on onto a structure, a plan that takes into consideration the topography, the natural conditions, yeah, the natural features, river, sea, mountainous region, valleys, and things like that, yeah. And then from there to step number 6, basically to create a master plan and detailed plan, starting from a very macro scale to more detailed plan, yeah. And then finally moving on to urban design and thus giving the city an image. So this urban planning will kind of take the master plan and the detailed plans and creating a image of the city, what it's going to kind of look like in terms of physical manifestation. And then of course, step number 8, and after the urban planning, urban design, and the master planning is all done up, then it's got to be put into legislation and then enforced and implemented. So this step is very important because no point creating a plan and then people do not follow it in terms of its development and its enforcement. All right, in its enforcement, obviously, then it gets down into the individual architecture and the design of the respective building, whether it's high-rise, low-rise, whether it's residential, commercial, or anything like that. Then we move on into the architectural domain, yeah? And within this architectural domain, it will be also carried out in phases over a duration. And then lastly, in terms of the citizen and patronage by corporates, then we need to stage exhibitions and education and promotion program so that the city dwellers and the businesses that exist in the city understand where the city is coming from and where it's heading to, and will buy into the plan. Yeah, so that's a very important step. All right, next we'll look at the Singapore planning process. Basically, Singapore under the Urban Redevelopment Authority (URA) will work up key concept and structure plan. And this key concept structure plan basically forms the backbone of the Singapore planning, and it's a 40 to 50 years plan. And then for each areas, each region, then you have the development guideline plan, and this is the going into the detailed planning and the planning units, and it stipulates the type of land usage, it stipulates the plot ratio, building heights, and so on and so forth. Yeah. And then you have a master plan, which is more detailed planning, which is conceived for the next 10 to 15 years. And this may emphasize a certain area of the city that the development may be focused on. And then lastly, in terms of implementation, there will be in terms of land transfer and the development contract from there. Yeah. Moving along, I'm going to run through three basically cities, futuristic city which actually exist now. They are Shenzhen, Singapore, and Mazda City in Abu Dhabi. Now, Shenzhen is one good example of very rapidly developed city at a rate unseen before in history. And I think this is basically attributed to the political view of the Chinese government. And to me, indirectly, it also reflects what is going on politically in the surrounding areas, particularly the situation in Hong Kong in the last few years. So basically, Shenzhen, together with its neighboring area of Zhuhai and Shekou, which is the port city, has really taken over much of the development and investment that around this Pearl River Delta area. So if you understand it, basically back in 1980, Shenzhen was just a small fishing village, formerly known as Bao'an. But today, it is a sprawling city of 12 million plus inhabitants and still growing. So this picture of Shenzhen back a long time ago and what it looks like now. And I was there in June 2019, and we were invited to tour some of the new projects that were going on, and also to visit the port and the newly completed cruise terminal. And it was amazing, yeah. So Shenzhen was officially designated as the city of design on December 7, 2008. So that was around 12, 13 years ago. And Shenzhen became the first city in China joining the UNESCO Creative City Network. So the Chinese government basically aims to turn Shenzhen in one of the leading cities in the world in terms of economic strength and quality of development by 2025, a national model of high quality development by 2035, and also a top cosmopolis worldwide by the middle of the century, yeah, so by 2050. All right, moving along quickly, Singapore is where I'm from, and Singapore got its independence in 1965, and in the last 50 over years, it has successfully gone through quite a major transformation. Again, starting like Shenzhen, a very small fishing village and a small port, and it's gone through certain transformation. In here, I've listed in terms of greening, the greening of Singapore itself, transforming it into a garden city has really paid off, and it makes it a very livable city, and it becomes a model of development for many other cities. And then the Marina Bay area, basically the Marina Bay area is a reclaimed area, and that is also the new CBD, Central Business District of Singapore, with a lot of commercial development in and around the Marina Bay area. And then the old airport is actually relocated, and then Changi since then became where the airport is. And I think Changi Airport probably is rated in the last 10, 20 years as one of the most busy and advanced airport in the world. And Jurong Island, away from the main population area and also away from the main city center area, has been earmarked to be an industrial area. So they are doing very good planning in terms of trying to separate the industrial area from area of highly high density area. And then, of course, the city center itself is a bustling hub in terms of commercial activities. Yeah. So previously, Singapore has embarked on a very ambitious land reclamation from the sea since its independence, and that has proved to be increasingly difficult and unsustainable in an era of global climate change and seawater rising. So where do we go? So since it is difficult and you keep throwing sand into the sea is not a viable action, the country has then moved on in terms of the looking at the possible development below ground in recent years to free up spaces and making it a global leader in underground urbanism movement. So you can see here images of an underground science city. And then with this kind of a one-of-a-kind project, Singapore plans to build an extensive cavern system providing office and laboratory space for R&D and IT, biotech, and life sciences. The limited surface space basically urged the megacity of the world more and more to look for alternative and sustainable use of underground space. So Singapore, although an island, is fortunate to have a very good subsoil condition and ideal for underground boring and tunneling and to create livable, workable spaces in the subterranean. So the facilities has to take into consideration, of course, safety, sustainability, and economy. Obviously, it's not cheap to create and board underground to add more usable spaces. Yeah. So one of the project is basically the underground city under Kent Ridge on a 20-hectare piece of land. All right, moving along, the third example of futuristic city is this is by no means a size of a city as what we defined it earlier. Basically, it's about 6 square kilometers with a population of about 40,000. So in actual fact, actually, it is in the category of township. But this is amazing in the sense that it's adjacent to the Abu Dhabi, an old city in the UAE. And it basically springs out from desert land and starting in 2008. So Mazda City embarked in an ambitious plan to develop one of the world's most sustainable cities back in 2008. And basically, it is a model for sustainability and a hub for research and development, spearheading the innovation to realize a greener and more sustainable urban living condition. The city is home to growing clean tech businesses and duty-free zone and residential neighborhood with restaurants, shops, and public green spaces. And also, it's gathering momentum in terms of its expansion. And then I think one of the major corporation, Siemens, has its headquarters there in Mazda City. All right, we move on quickly in terms of some selected RSP city planning projects. Basically, this is a portfolio of the project by scale. In terms of the size of the neighborhood, from 20 to 40,000 population, we have done about 28 projects, with majority of them in China. And then for new towns that are bigger, 150 to 300,000 population, again, China leading the way with 14 projects there. Regional project, which ranges from 600,000 population to 1.5 million population. 4 in Indonesia, sorry, 4 in China and 1 in Indonesia, total of 5. And then city that has population of more than 2 million. Again, China leading the way with 18 projects, and then followed by Saudi Arabia with 4. And then the biggest city, we have six projects in China. All right, we move along quickly, and I'm going to share 2 particular master planning and urban planning projects in China. Actually, they are both located in Yizhong County, and Yizhong County is basically located in the northwest region of China. So it is not along the coast. It's definitely not one of those first-tier city. In fact, Yizhong County basically is the gateway to Lanzhou, which is the capital of Gansu province. So it has an area of about 3,300 square kilometers. And comparing that again with Singapore, that is about 4.5 times the size of Singapore. But in terms of population, it's only about 560,000. Again, comparing that with Singapore, that's why Singapore is high density and high livability. Singapore has about 5.8 million population. So the whole county is then divided into 11 towns and 9 townships. And we're going to talk about Xie Guanyin later on. And Xie Guanyin is one of those new towns that is in this Yizhong eco and innovative city. All right. This is a design competition that RSP won back in late 2019. It's actually called by the Lanzhou Development and Reform Commission, and it's for the Yizhong Innovative City of about 129 square kilometer. And again, in comparison, that is about 18% the size of Singapore. So that kind of give you an idea of what are we talking in terms of size, because to many architects, some of these square kilometer sizes, which is 100,000 hectares each square kilometer is quite a inconceivable size and area. All right, so for both of these 2 schemes, basically we're going to talk about 2 main features and 6 innovative strategy. All right, so moving along, basically for the Yizhong Eco-Innovative City, the first feature that we're going to talk about is basically its industry and academia collaboration. Basically, what does that mean? It actually, put it in a simple sense, is basically putting the industry in close conjunction with the education and academy location, so that it gives company an early access to talent, and for undergraduates who are studying in one of the Institute of Higher Learning to have increased opportunity for learning and early exposure to real actual practice. Yeah, so that itself is a strategy. It's an economic strategy, and it's also for in terms of providing high quality human resources to the city needs. All right. The second thing is, as you know, China is basically a country with deep history of ancient dynasty and things like that. And this Yuzhong basically has its history dating back to 200s BC, before Christ. And it started basically in the Qing dynasty. In fact, I think at one time it was actually called Jingmen or something like that, yeah? And it changes its name to Yizhong. And I think we got to recognize that unlike Mazda City, which springs up from the desert, I think in many places in China, there's a lot of history that is attached to it. So I think in Yizhong Economic City, there has to be a recognize between cultural heritage and culture of innovation. What does that mean? Basically, is that the past history, heritage, economy, industry, demographic, structure, and connectivity, it's got to be carefully analyzed. I mean, you just can't start with a clean slate. You got to recognize what is there already in terms of culture, the people, the physical condition, and all that. And then using very clear vision and a unique identity. A unique identity was developed whereby urban and rural area coexist, harmony, and the past, present, and future exist together. And the past is then cherished, and the future is heralded. Yeah. All right. Moving along to the innovative strategy. Of course, RSP from Singapore, we use integrated the Singapore planning concept in terms of decentralizing and creating a self-sustaining new town. In terms of introducing the concept of urban cells to create compact and efficient city with good land use and distribution based on the TOD principle, meaning the transit-oriented distribution principle. And then cluster-based development. Basically, cluster-based development and the agglomeration of economic activities that benefit each other in terms of its present are strengthened and basically gives the city economy-based diversity. All right. Then, of course, one of the third strategy is regenerating and greening the city. So the city itself is designed with a central park and a riverfront corridor, green corridor, and the application of a sponge city strategy. And I think this is very important for new and sustainable design. Many new cities are planned with a lot of hard surfaces like road, pavement, things like that. And water runoff from this hard surface then goes into the drain, and sometimes it's mixed with other discharge, and the water is then contaminated to some degree and then flows into river, reservoir, and things like that. So the best way actually is to have as much as possible soft surfaces, natural surfaces, whereby rainwater would seep through, and then through the natural process of filtration of the geotextile layers of the earth itself, before the water actually reaches the aquifer and replenishes the subterranean water table. Yeah, so I think we need to look at this sponge city concept in a very detailed way to improve the sustainable living of a future city. And moving along, the fourth strategy is basically talking about conservation of urban heritage to provide a sense of identity, and then linking that with the visual and physical link to the city past in the ever-changing urban landscape as the city develops. All right. Of course, then the city, as mentioned, is then designed along the transit-oriented distribution. So in terms of excellent accessibility, road networks, and different type of public transport system, high-speed rail system, MRT, mass rapid transport system, LRT, bus corridor, and even looking ahead, and actually not really looking at, it's currently already exists. Basically, app-controlled driverless car system like taxis and buses and things like that to enhance the sustainable competitiveness of itself. And then lastly, the point of urban regeneration, which is the renewal of the old city center estate, creating better access and conditions for private investment. Because it's very important that the city is developed in such a way and built in such a way whereby it attracts its investment from the private sector in the form of new housing to give the city a new image that blends in together with its heritage. All right, so that is basically Yuzhong eco-economic city, which is the size of a city, 129 square kilometer. So now we scale down to more of a town, yeah. So we talk about Xie Guanyin Innovative District, which is actually within the Yuzhong Eco-Innovative City. As you can see, this was completed a year later in middle of 2020, and its planning area is 5.1 square kilometers, and basically it's commissioned by the Lanzhou Rail Transit Construction Administrative Office. So again, we'll talk about two main project feature and then 6 innovative strategy. Yeah. So basically, this Xie Guanyin Innovation District combines, integrates university and Institute of Higher Learning together with industrial park, medical center, and other community facility with the aim of close collaboration between all this industry and academia. And then this is then primed to house key growth sector for the digital economy. So it will be home to an ecosystem of open innovation and a conducive environment for business and community to thrive. Yeah. Then there is integrated space utilization, clear structural system, and a multi-layer hierarchy. Considering the climate, of course, located in China, it has the 4 seasons. It has the summer season where it is hot and humid, and then it's got the in-between seasons of autumn and spring, and then the cold season of winter. So considering its location and its climate, basically the different buildings within the city is interconnected seamlessly above ground and below ground, creating people-centric spaces and a series of multi-layered public spaces and amenities, and maximize the exposure to the river, the Wanquan River, to create a vibrant waterfront development. Yeah. All right. Basically, architects are usually guilty of this. Third point, the first point of the innovative strategy about human-centered design. I think it's very important that architects, planners needs to basically understand that we are always designing in the image of the human. So sometimes I personally not a big fan of these mega projects, things like that. I feel that we need to go back and look at city more in tune with the human scale, relating to the human scale, and then design appropriately scaled building to define meaningful open spaces in the form of street, square, plaza, courtyard, and other elevated pedestrian pathway and public green spaces. And then the second strategy is basically this golden triangle of business, education, and research, putting into practice for startup and existing firm, education and college institute together as the heart of the town development. Yeah. So that is basically one of the main ideas for this Siakoning Innovation District. Then we move on to connectivity landscape for collaboration. I think all these various campuses of the college, of the university, the industrial park, the medical center, and the city center itself needs to be connected seamlessly together, and in its various cluster, and at its ages, it needs to be connected seamlessly. And then, of course, in a self-sustainable way, whereby the planning itself takes into future consideration of sustainability in the overall populations. Excuse me. In the overall population for the future that the city can accommodate adequately within the size and its planning strategy. Then, of course, we look at smart urban solutions addressing design objective like reducing greenhouse gases emission. And I think this is something that every new city plan got to be very careful about. We can no longer live, design, and create a physical environment in an irresponsible way. So we're talking about things like traffic safety, green roof, and providing pocket parks that are linked together. Yeah, and then of course, final initiative basically is a low carbon emission, shaping the built environment in a way whereby it is sensitive to water in terms of contamination and pollution, and implementing renewable urban forest strategy, and of course energy savings strategy like renewable energy generations and district cooling, district heating, things like that. Yeah. Okay. The next thing I want to talk about basically covers the research and development, and it's one of the things that our Vietnam office here did some study of. Basically, we see that air pollution is at a very critical level in many cities around the world. And in one of those cases in Hanoi, which is the capital of Vietnam, basically has a very high pollution index, partly because of the Great River. And even in Ho Chi Minh City, there's a lot of fuel burning vehicles, cars, motorbikes, buses, and things like that, that gives rise to very heavily polluted air. And you see people going around, whether pandemic or not, wearing a mask. So we were at one time exploring this bio-nanotechnology concept whereby we uses a fabric kind of a filtration system and an LG technology that is housed in the stained glass panel done in various shapes and sizes, and then integrating that into the building facade. So then it is somehow integrated into the architecture as manifestation of its building facade, and then it works in a way, it looks good, and then it also looks in a way to kind of help to purify some of the internal and the external air, and this can be actually then done indoor and also outdoor applications. Yeah. All right. So I come along to my closing remark, and basically I'm a 58 years old architect, so my runway is rather short from now on. But this talk basically addresses and focus on the graduate architects, architectural student, and young practicing architect, which has a long future ahead of them. And I think what I want to end here is to say that the future is unknown, is yet to be written, and we learn from the past. We look at history and we learn from the past, the mistakes, and how to improve, go on from there. And then the signs of today's are basically written on the wall. And the future of urban planners and architects will have to grapple with a lot of new issues that are already being faced today. Issues like global warming and the rise of the sea level, pollution, air, water, ground pollution, and even space. Yeah, with all the satellites and things that we are throwing up into space, one day it's going to be filled up with all these things, and then it's actually polluting, and it's going to come back down one day. And then, of course, in recent times, the global pandemic and gives rise to health issues. So planners and urban planners and architects needs to look at population controls and social distancing and things like that in terms of the design. And in many cities, overpopulation. This is a big problem. It gives rise to congestion and things like that. And then we have wars, which can be in the form of military and or trade wars, which we can see now going on between some countries. And then, of course, with technological advancement, then it also gives rise to disruption and a new way of lifestyle. And we got to live with this technological advancement, and we got to anticipate them and integrate them into the future planning of a city and the built environment. All right, the last, of course, but not least, food shortages and contaminations. So you'll find more and more with the overpopulation and the less and less shortage of water and farmland and things like that. You will see that in the future there could be potential food shortages and even food contaminations. All right. We cannot help but embrace technology to help our life easier and better. So some of these things that I'm going to mention is already a fact. So it's a science fact. But some of them are still in the fictional world, but will be a fact in the near future. I think people like Elon Musk and a few others are already looking into artificial intelligence and has warned the world of what it could be and the danger of artificial intelligence if it is not well controlled and managed. And then, of course, you see in many advanced factories, in Tesla factories and NIO factories making electrical cars, the use of robots is going to be displace a lot of jobs for the human, and then high-speed transits and cover long distances in fastest possible time, and the hyperloops, for example, that are within the concealed tunnel spaces, and then space internet. So it's going to increase our connectivity even better, even faster, and then the possibility of living on water and even underwater. And this is at the time still fiction. Space colonization. I don't know. Maybe in the future, where the Earth population and grown in such rapid fashion, and there's going to be shortage of physical spaces, livable conditions, food, and things like that, whereby human may have to colonize space, colonize other planet, or maybe starting with the moon. Yeah, and then of course living underground, which is already happening, and Singapore is one of good example of boring into the subterranean and creating usable spaces and things like that. And last but not least, I've listed here mobile apps, driverless car, and even flying cars or passenger drones, which will be coming up, whereby, again, you will be using the airspace to travel between point A and point B. All right. So, as I said, for the architectural fraternity and students that are going to be graduating, so the future of urban planners and architects will basically have a very complex and challenging task, kind of like a textile weaver, to be able to juggle, stitch, and weave many of these layers, horizontal layers, vertical layers, or volumetric layers, components, culture of different location, time-lapse, historical, current, and future elements into cohesive living and working environment. So good luck to the profession, and I will be very interested to see how we go from here. Yeah, that brings me to the end of my talk and my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Daniel Lim, for your insightful presentation. I'm certain that the audience have found it to be a very informative session. Now we shall take a short break for our sponsor video, post which we shall proceed to our next speaker, Professor Keat Ong.
Epoxy adhesives are widely used in the industry because of their high strength, chemical resistance, and the ability to adhere to different surfaces. But almost all of them have low impact strength and low UV resistance, which makes them weak after long-term use, under stress and limitations. To combat all these issues, we are introducing Bond-Tight Pro. Bond-Tight Pro is a high-performance two-component multi-use new generation epoxy adhesive system with room temperature curing. It has very high impact strength, excellent shear strength, better UV resistance, better coverage, and so much more. And it is to be used for bonding various similar and dissimilar materials such as metals, ceramics, wood, leather, rubber, marble, glass, and a lot of other materials. Bond-Tight Pro is very easy to use. The directions to use are really simple. Step 1. Clean the surface and make sure it is free of dust, unsound material, loose plaster, oil, paint, grease, algae and corrosion deposits. Step 2. Take equal quantity of part A and part B. Step 3. Mix it for 1 minute with the help of bond-tight applicator to attain uniform color. Step 4. Apply on the surface. Step 5. Clamp or support the surface for 4 hours. It will attain full strength in 24 hours. And that's all there is to it. You can use it for speakers, marble pasting, automobile repair, and hardwood handicraft. Bond-Tight Pro.
I would like to introduce our fourth speaker, Professor Kit Ong. President, Kit Ong Design, founder and design principal. Architect by training and a multidisciplinary designer by profession, Professor Kit Ong is a celebrated, award-winning designer in Asia. He's the founder of Nota Design Group and Kit ONG Design, as well as the current president of the Society of Interior Designers, Singapore. Kit has been named as one of the Asia's top designers in Singapore, and he has won the Design Awards 2014 as the Designers of the Year 2016 and 17 from the Framed Interior Design magazine. He was also honored with the title of the most influential designer by China's National Body of Interior Design, China Building Decoration Association in 2017. He is also the visiting professor to numerous universities in Asia and judges too many prestigious awards internationally. Let us now proceed to Professor Kit Ong's presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Professor Kit Ong from Singapore. I'm the current president for SIDS, Society of Interior Designers Singapore, as well as the founder for Kit Ong Design and the design director and founder for Nota Design. And I'm also the adjunct professors for 6 universities in Asia, including China Academy of Art, Jinan University, and so on. And of course, I'm very proud and honored to be part of Icon Best 2021 this year. Today's topic will be Injecting Architecture. This is actually the title of the book that I'm preparing to launch. In fact, what is injecting architecture? In short, I call it INJAR. It's about how we apply the principle, the philosophy, the methodology of architecture into interior spaces. And in fact, what prompted me to go into research for this subject is that through my many years of teaching, I realized a lot of students are still approaching interior design in a very two-dimensional mindset. So this methodology that I'm devising will bring my audience into the three-dimensional realm within an interior space very quickly by applying some of the techniques that I came up with. Okay, first let's go back to the 101 of it, which is the creation of forms. And as many of us have gone through proper training in spatial design, we realize that the most basic of forms are planes and volumes. Well, I believe there are three basic types for creation of forms. First of all, of course, is the birth of a new form in an interior space. Secondly is to make use of existing surface or surfaces to perceive them as a form in the interior space. And the other one, of course, is the projection of form, which is a non-tactile method of introducing form using visual means. Right, and form, space, and time. These are three important elements that are always interplaying with each other. And in fact, from this diagram, you could see that where the human being is in, the space itself is formulated by 6 other different forms which created that volume that he's in. And also we can introduce new forms into an existing interior space. And of course, I think time is another factor whereby with the passage of time, the form could take on a different meaning or a different utility as the time passes within a given space. And I talk about the interactions between forms as well, and of course one of the interactions is intersection between two different forms, and then there are intertwining of the forms as well, as you can see from the diagram. And there are also forms tagging on one another, so these are simpler way of interaction between two sets of volumes or two forms. And then there are the dissect. In this diagram, it portrays the kind of perception that the form has been cut into half. So this can be done via quite a few techniques or method, whereby we wrap the forms with a similar outer shell, and then to give a perception of the inner plane on both sides to become the inner surface, or rather the cut away surfaces of that and whole entity. And of course, I think there are also forms that are lined up in series, so this technique can apply to forms of similar visual characteristic, whereby we lay them in a set of in a series. And then they are adjacent, meaning that two forms that are within that same view cone that has no similarity between one another other than being next to each other, so that's the adjacent method. Of course, I think when we are approaching this injecting architecture methodology, I always like to question the designer whether the intention of it is it as a parasite to the existing environment, or is it another similar word which I invented, which is paracitizen, very similar in term pronunciation with parasitism. So the parasitism actually means to coexist in a symbiotic way, and of course I think we can see from the analogy here or the example here. So this is the tapeworm in the intestine of a human being. So obviously this is not good because these are parasites that will give harm to the human body eventually. And of course the picture below shows the earthworm intertwining in the soil, which helps to loosen up the soil and preparing them for better fertilization. So in our technique, we aim for the latter, like the earthworm. Okay, the inject methodology, I divided them into 6 categories. The diagram on the top right helps you visualize the methodology better. Of course, the first method is called intrusion. So as you can see from that simple diagram on the top right, where the worm tries to crawl inside the volume with half the body hanging out. So if we refer to the diagram below, it's similar, and this can happen say on an opaque surface or on a transparent surface like what you see here in the diagram, a glass where there can be an object or volume that has a continuous flow outside the building, from the inside, or the other way around, vice versa. So there's a continuity of injection of one volume into the existing space itself. So this is what we call intrusion, or rather a perceived intrusion. And in fact, if we look at this the diagram of the space here, if this is an opaque wall, the outside portion of it may or may not actually exist, but we can give people a perception that this volume, the wooden part of this volume, is there's a continuation from the outside to the inside, but with the fact that there isn't anything on the outside, but it's just a perceived intrusion of this volume injecting into that space itself. So this is what we call the intrusion method. And then the complementary method, as we can see from the diagram, in fact, the volume that was injected into this interior space act as a complementary aesthetic for the whole interior space and the architecture itself, if we were to see this from the outside. Yeah, so these are curtain walls. So this will happen usually on a clear curtain walling system, or rather even if this is a covered sheltered area in an architecture or in a building, the internal injected form will act as a complementary aesthetics to the whole entire external facade. So this is the complementary method. And then third method is the division. So divisional method, as we can see from this diagram, the volume that was injected actually helps to divide this entire space into 3 different sets of spaces. So technically, if this is a wall instead of a volume that was injected, it would have turned this space into 2 separate spaces. But in this case, the injected architecture is a volume itself. So this is the center piece become a volume by itself, and dividing the whole entire space into 2 other different type of spaces. So this is division method, which is quite easy to understand, and we can see from the diagram here, the worm is dividing the whole space into 2. Okay, then on the contrary to the divisional method, which is a physical division, this is the sculpture method, which as we can see from the diagram, the injected volume sits nicely at a corner of the entire space, not affecting the dynamics of the whole space itself, but just settling nicely there, at a corner like a sculpture. So that's why we call this a sculpture method. So things like this, example of these are big shopping centers with you designing that nice cafe with its internal facade, everything, you know, facing the interior of the shopping center, but the shopping center is very big, so your cafe or shops that you injected could be something that's sitting right at the corner of the whole entire shopping center, which has no aesthetic link to the rest of the shopping center design, the public spaces. So yours is a unique sculpture that you introduce into the shopping center. So this is what we call the sculpture method. Okay, then fragmentation, as we can see from the diagram here, objects of similar aesthetics or style are scattered, you know, on different parts of the interior. So but each serving a different function. Like for example, this mezzanine office are sitting nicely, you know, on the side of the wall, and then another mezzanine office sitting at the corner, and then the light fixture being here, and then the front counter with the public benches, all scattered, but all shares similar design cue. Thus they are linked visually, but they are all not really touching each other in a sense. So these are all scattered, and that's what we call the fragmentation method. So example of this, it could be another very big museum space whereby we introduce a few new volumes into the entire big public spaces, whereby they share similar design aesthetics and cue or styles or stylistic quality, you know, but so visually they are all linked using similar type of techniques or similar usage of materials. So these are fragmentation method, whereby we introduce a family of volumes into another space. Okay, then there are, last but not least, the compressed method. So as we can see from the diagram, volumes of different qualities are interacting with each other, intertwining, intersecting, you know, around each other, creating a compressed injected sets of volumes. And we can see from the diagram here, you know, worms of different styles and different types are intertwined and mangled together with each other. So this is what we call the compressed method. And of course, I think in the injecting architecture methodology, we have sequenced how the methodology can be applied to a given space. But because of the time limit today, I won't go in depth into it. So basically, these are the flow chart, how we get eventually to the type of injecting architecture. So in another words, there could be a few methodology all applied to the a given space at once. So you can be injecting not just one using one methodology, but you can have a few different type of methodology that are introduced into a common space. And in fact, what we call a family of volumes, so which means that a volume sets that are sharing the similar aesthetic or spatial quality, you know, those we can divide as a single family. So we could introduce a few different types of families into a given space, depending on the size and complexity of the space they are dealing with. Okay, I think without further ado, I have brought along two projects to share, and these are two smaller projects so that it can be easily understood in terms of the application. Okay, first I touch on one of our workspaces that we have worked on. So this is my office in Kunming, China, and this is about 600 square meter, and this area is a typical building material market in China, and we are occupying the part of the first story and the whole of the second story of this block of the market. Yeah, so in fact, the market itself is very messy. You have signage of different colors and different sizes, you know. So it's very eclectic, but of course it has its charm, you know. It has this very organic attraction for people who like you know, the bustling effect of a building material market. But I think in terms of aesthetic, we are trying to stand out, you know, in that very busy environment. So somehow we use something quite simple and but articulated though. So this part of the office, as you can see from my cursor, this is my actual working office, and the other side of it further down, this is my showrooms area. Yeah, so and this part of it, this is the entrance and my garage and the entry to my office as well. Yeah, so as you can see from this external facade, we are trying to float ourselves among the whole bustling street of loud signages and colors and lightings and all the mess that we are in. So we are trying to still stand out using minimal means. So we actually go backwards by not trying to be even more busy. So we go minimal, you know, in order to stand out among the pockets of messiness, you know, in this area. So we use a simple material like natural wood, natural hardwood was used here, and these are all smaller pieces. And as you can see, these are small batons that form the whole trellis system for my office. And on the entrance structure, we have cut out square cutout of leftover woods from factories, you know, to form the whole covering of the my entry. And in fact, it gives it a very nice handicraft quality to the entrance structure. And then this we use elongated leftover pieces from factory as well, you know, to form the facade of the showroom area. Okay, and this is the interior on the second story, and this is the reception area. Okay, I think it will be clearer if we look at the plan here. Okay, at the bottom. Okay, let me enlarge this. Okay, so as we move up the stairs from the ground floor, we reach the second story, and from the picture, this is where it's showing the reception area. And of course, below we enter through the nice large pivot door, which we see from the facade picture just now. And this is my car garage, and that leads us up the stairs to the second story. And I have a retractable the reception area that can be tucked in nicely when reception person is not around. And when person is up for work, this volume can extend outwards. And with the next picture, we can see clearly how we divide up the volumes. Okay, let's start from the ground floor first. Okay, so this is the green color area, the coded area. This is one volume, and then the other volume is injected here, you know, the purple color part of it. And this is continued. This whole area is expressed as one volume that extend itself to the ground floor, which forms part of the stairwell as well, you know, leading up So this is one volume that we express, and because these are all well gridded columns and structure, so we make use of the columns to our advantage rather than to see it as an obstruction, right? And in fact, in this volume that we injected, we created a conference room out of it with another pivot door here, which you can see picture later on. And this, the other side of it, we created an opening which is also part of this whole volume, you know, to be the gym and entertainment area. So this part is left open, so meaning this volume, the whole external wall of this volume are all expressed as one material, you know, which continue down here. Okay, then the rest, like these are the cabinet system housing my workstations. So these become cabinet system and storage system for all the drawings and other stuff that are required, like instrument equipments and so on. And the volume continues here, and this act as a smaller discussion area, and this is my material library with a discussion table as well. And this is the showcase, which is facing the reception area where the guests will first be channeled to. Okay, then on the other side, as we mentioned earlier, this reception counter is retractable, so it can be tucked in with the chair hidden inside as one volume. And this act as the intruded volume into the my director's office itself. So this is my personal office, and this is one volume that is protruded from the plane here. Yeah, and rest of the furniture, these are the lime green color represent the fragmented injection that we mentioned earlier. So you see, they are not touching each other. This cabinet here, this cabinet here, which wraps around the column, and this cabinet. So these are all scattered around the whole entire office, and most of them are linked visually. So they are all using the same material. So this is what we call the fragmentation method, right? And the volume that we mentioned here, the purple color, so these are divisional method, because this volume breaks up the entire space into a few different pockets, right? Okay, then moving on, this staircase leads us up to the mid-floor toilets, you know, which is tucked nicely here. So this we use the we express this toilet area as another volume, so meaning here we use another wall covering, right? Similar to my personal office here. So this is like one set of volumes that are injected. Okay, here from the picture we could see these are the stairs leading up from the garage. The garage is here, so you can see from the cursor, and this is the entry to the building. So this leads us up the stairs and then continue from here, which is here, leading us up to the toilet area. Right, so these are the sets of stairs leading from downstairs to upstairs. And you can see from the material, you can see from the picture here, so these are the square leftover hardwood that I was mentioning, that was used to clad the entry structure to the office. And the next picture shows my personal office, and of course, when I mentioned the fragmented volumes that were injected throughout the whole office, this is one of them, which forms part of my cabinet system and TV wall, as well as my back cabinet system. And you can see a clearer picture here. So these are all expressed as a fragmented volume. As you can see, they're not touching each other, but they're linked visually, and this leads us out to the outside, the display cabinet, which is also part of the fragmented volumes that were introduced, the family of volumes that were introduced, right? And then the back wall here. So you see, these are outside my office, these are inside my office, but they are all linked by using the same material that are scattered across the entire office. And this is the if we can zoom in here, yeah, this is the reception counter that are retractable. So you can see from the bottom picture, when the receptionist or my personal assistant are not around, the table can be tucked in with the door closed. So this is expressed as a nice volume instead of seeing a empty vacant reception table there with nobody, right? So this can be expressed nicely as a volume that were protruded from my office, right? And when the reception is around, the cabinet can be pulled out, or rather the table can be pulled out with her sitting inside. All right, and the last pictures, this shows the conference room. So this is the conference room with the pivot door. Yeah, so this is the outer skin that you will see throughout, even to the end. This is the other side of this. Here is our entertainment area, where the billiard table as well as the exercise machines are, right? So we use this technique to wrap around to indicate a similar family or similar volume. Yeah, you can see from here. So this is the one in purple we saw just now, the purple coded one. So this is the divisional volume that are dividing up the whole entire big space into different pockets, right? And this is the workstations area, right? So you can see from this picture that the entire volume, or rather the entire space, is divided up, is cut out by this volume. So we use strip lightings, right, to carve out the volumes that we want to express, so it become more apparent. And this is opposed to the other side with the fragmented black color volumes that were scattered throughout the whole entire office. Yeah, this is the divisional volume. So using a different material to differentiate the different families of volumes. Right, then the next space that I'll be touching on, it's my home itself in Singapore. So this is done 10 years ago, but I think it's still meaningful to show the audience how I carve up my internal dwelling space. Okay, this is situated in almost the center of Singapore, in one of the more serene and tranquil district. Yeah, so it's a terrace house. It's an intermediate terrace. So this is a 50-year-old, in fact till now it's about 60-year-old house. We leave most of the structure intact, but with some internal modification. So we did tear down quite a bit of the wall inside to extend the living spaces. So this is the facade, the front facade of the house, and you could see from the section. Okay, what happened is it used to be a full solid wall here. So this used to be the front garage. So we decided, because this house is located in a cul-de-sac, so somehow we can park our car outside the house without interrupting with the traffic. Yeah, so we decided to extend the living space outwards, so turning the car garage into a patio. So the next challenge is of course to extend the livable space, the narrow space, into a much pleasant livable space. And we decided to hack the wall away. You know, they are dividing the living and the garage into very big glass, about 3.6 meter high glass pivot doors here, and this actually opens up the whole living space. And at the same time, we took away the flat ceiling that were here, which makes the whole entire space quite small, and instead of creating a mezzanine level, which we could because the ceiling is very high, about 6.5 to the apex, we decided to just extend the roof upwards without any more without creating any more mezzanine floors at all, right? So this actually give us a straight away very big space, despite being still quite narrow. And from here, this is our dining area. So somehow what we are trying to create is a livable tropical space without the heavy reliant on mechanical means, meaning we don't need to on the air cons throughout the whole years, right? So there's ceiling fans here and here as well, so air flows through the patio, through the trellises that we created, you know, and up the air well behind the dining itself. Okay, so in fact, if you look at the picture here, these are the 50-year-old balau wood batons. These were the ceiling batons, 50 by 100 mm, so very big batons that were used before. So we didn't want to throw away with such a big waste, so we turned the batons into our trellis, which forms the nice characteristic facade that we have. So if we look at the this is the front entrance, the former garage turned patio. So we can see from the picture here. So this is the new deck up area that we created to form an extension to the living room. So they are all level up. We fill up the bottom to level with the living room tiles, right? And instead of having the wall here with a small door, we hack away the entire wall to create a very big glass surface. So we use pivot door, glass pivot door, to form the entrance to a former entrance to the living room itself. And what you see here, this is a full height in fact it's a full height hidden shoe cabinet, so you don't see any extra bits of furniture hanging out in the middle of nowhere. So we turn this into a recessed shoe cabinet, which forms a very nice feature wall. So what's protruding here is the existing window, which we kind of emphasize, you know, as a sculptural form that was protruded from inside, you know, to the outside. And this forms the window and the nice you know, protrusion from the children's room. Okay, we can look at the plan. So this is the ground floor plan leading up to the attic office, or rather this is not an attic, in fact this is a second story for the back block itself. Okay, if we were to overlay the inject colors, okay, we can see from here we wanted to express the bedroom as one volume by itself with the protrusion window, yeah, as part of the volume expression, you know, of this room itself. And then we have the whole entire wall, you know, as a volume. So this looks like it's a protruded volume from from the neighboring side, protruding into our living room, expressing itself as a part of the volume, right? And then we see the fragmented families again. So these are expressed by the kitchen cabinet system to the dividing cabinet system here. So this dividing cabinet system also forms the wall to both sides, to the kitchen as well as to the stairs leading up to the home office upstairs, right? And the same fragmentation method of family is carried through to the living room feature wall. And then we have protrusion of the volumes from the cabinet system as well, or from the display shelf system. There are volumes, they are projected. So there are two sets of different volumes interacting with each other at this point here, right, at the living room feature wall. And the whole study is expressed as a floating volume, and part of it can be seen above the kitchen, which we'll see from the photo later. From picture here, we could see this is the living room feature wall with the two giant 3.6 meter high pivot glass door, which eliminate the whole entire solid wall altogether. So now the whole living space become very airy. You can see this is not very wide. This is about 3.6 wide, so it's quite narrow for a living room. But in fact, with all this new implementation, the whole living room now seems very airy, and in fact people can stay here for very, very long time, in fact for a whole day, you know, without feeling claustrophobic, right? And when we say the feature wall having two sets of volume earlier, so this is what it is, you know. So these are expressed as protruded volume. So one of the volume actually conceal partially our wall hung aircon, and then the other few act as a display shelf for our artifacts, and then one as the TV cabinet or console, right? And then the rest are the skeletal display shelf system, which actually wraps around the doorway very nicely, as if it was a deliberate attempt to have the doors there, right? In fact, this helped us save a lot of cost of shifting the structure or the openings, right, by having clever concealment, right? And then we have a second set of pivot door at the between the living and the dining area here, so air flows very smoothly from the front, from the patio, all the way to the back of the house. So here we can see from this picture, it's even clearer here, you know, from the front to the back is a whole through space. So, and we have a air well on the side here, so air actually travels through the house. So this tropical house doesn't really need the aircon, so the aircon is there simply as a precautionary when we have guests over, right? And below here, these are the dining area. Yeah, so this overlooks the whole living area, and on this side of it, this leads us up to the home office. And when I mentioned earlier on the dividing wall that divides the stairs and the kitchen, these are the divisional volumes that we introduced that actually house a nice hidden cabinet and storage cabinet inside. Here from the kitchen, we can see that there are two different family of volumes. So this volume, this is from the our home office. So this home office is designed in such a way that it looks like it floats above the kitchen. In fact, these are just by clever changing of the material to create a volume that are different from the rest. So instead of just finishing this as part of the wall of the kitchen, we express this as a protrusion of volumes, you know, from upstairs. So this volume is injected from the outside to the inside of the house, you know, and in fact this cleverly conceal the office, the home office window that are inward facing. And then these kitchen cabinets are expressed as a separate family of volume from the home office facade itself, right? And here is another angle to look at the kitchen area, and here we see the stairwell leading up to the home office along the dividing wall. And this is the interior of the home office. So we are using raw plywood as the outside, as the external, as well as the internal. So it's all expressed using the same material, so people has a sense of place when they are moving along the house, right? And this last sets of photos shows the master bedroom, which is facing the air well. So this is the master bedroom itself, and for air well, in fact, there was previously just a small door opening up to the air well, but we decided to hack the entire wall to create a nice connection between the interior and the partial exterior. You know, this is an open to sky air well, and of course I draw my own wall mural here, which I designed, you know, on the air well itself. So on the air well wall, so this acts as a protector of the air well. And back of the house, I have some integrating graphics that are hand drawn onto the wall as well, to create some form of point of interest as well. And front of the house, I park my car, and back of the house, I park my motorbike, which I love dearly, yeah, as a hobby. Yeah, so this is how it looks like when the gate are closed, right? So this is the front of the house. Okay, I think with that, I would like to conclude the lecture today. And these are 3 of the QR code that leads to the society here, and then to my own KOD, which is Kiet Ong Design, and then this leads to my LinkedIn pages. So if you're interested, you may, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kiet Ong, for your insightful presentation, and I'm certain that the audience would have found it to be a very informative presentation. Now we shall take a short break for a sponsor video, post which we shall proceed to our next speaker, Fahad Sohail Abbas.
Ultratech Decor, concrete for durable aesthetic landscapes. Ultratech Decor is a patterned or imprinted concrete available in variety of shades and patterns. Benefits to the end consumer. First, available in unlimited designs, textures, patterns and colors. Thus, the customer has a variety to choose from. Second, since the product is integrated with concrete itself, the life is about 3 to 5 times longer than the traditional solutions like pavers and tiles. Third, low maintenance cost as repeated repairs are not required. Fourth, it is manufactured by using UV-resistant color hardener, which retains the true shades of the color for long. Fifth, along with good appearance, the product also gives skid and abrasion resistance, thus useful for application in areas of high traffic or areas where kids, elders, patients access frequently. Sixth, faster work as it enables speedy construction. Benefits to the applicator and technical influencer. First, enables speedy construction, so applicators can finish faster and take other projects. Second, low after-sales service as it has monolithic, which do not allow grass to grow through gaps. Third, contractor need not worry about performance as it is manufactured by using UV-resistant color. Let's learn about its application process. The concrete shall be laid on a properly prepared non-porous surface. Ultratech Decor is delivered to sites in transit mixers of 5 to 6 cubic meter capacity. At site, after laying and leveling of concrete on the required floors, the designated Ultratech applicators sprinkle color hardeners on top of the wet concrete surface. After sprinkling of hardeners, the concrete surface is troweled to ensure uniform monolithic coloring of the floors. Thereafter, the concrete surface is imprinted as per selected design using stamping mats. After hardening of concrete, joint cutting. At appropriate interval after hardening of concrete, joints are cut at designated distances, and sealing is done to ensure crack-free and properly protected aesthetic Ultratech decor. Ultratech FireSafe helps in passive fire protection with its carefully chosen mixed constituents which can withstand high elevated temperatures. Central Building Research Institute CBRI Roorkee has certified Ultratech FireSafe with 2 hours fire rating to the system when tested in accordance with IS 3809 1970, reaffirmed 2002. Benefits to the end customer. First, low use of energy as concrete does not require mechanical vibrator, thus it saves cost. Second, it has excellent insulating from electrical, HT, and LT cable. Duct sand gives extra life to the structure. Third, since it is lightweight, it results in considerable saving from the footings through the structural steel. Fourth, it helps in controlling the fire spread and its effect by providing sufficient fire resistance to prevent loss of structural stability within the prescribed time period of 2 hours or more. Thus, it gives enough time for the customer to evacuate and call for help in case of fire. Benefits to the applicator and technical influencer. First, Ultratech FireSafe concrete can be applied over a variety of bases, allowing architects and engineers ample flexibility in their design criteria. Second, this concrete is used for fire insulation of multiple products such as electrical, HT, and LT cable ducts. Third, the application process is easy since it's a ready-to-use and easy-to-place product. Fourth, it is easily portable due to 40% lighter than normal concrete. Ultratech FireSafe is a vermiculite-based concrete designed for passive fire protection. It is delivered at site in the form of wet mix in buckets. This concrete is used to seal the cable ducts at floor levels. Before arrival of concrete at the site, formwork arrangements should be in place as per recommended procedure. This formwork is normally made out of plywood and bison board. The concrete shall be poured over these boards, which are fastened at the floor level. Concrete shall be laid in layer of minimum 100 mm thickness. After leveling and finishing the concrete, it shall be covered with tarpaulin sheets in order to prevent any cracking.
I would like to introduce our fifth speaker, architect Fahad Suhail Abbasi, partner and design lead, Suhail and Fahad Architects, Pakistan. Fahad Suhail Abbasi is an award-winning architect from Pakistan, and he received his B.Arch from the Indus Valley School of Art and Architecture, Karachi in 2002. He co-founded Suhail and Fahad Architects with his father, the renowned architect Suhail Abbasi, in Islamabad with his branch office in Karachi. Amongst large and medium-sized private, corporate and diplomatic projects that he has designed across the country, he remains involved in social responsibility projects with NGOs and other Pakistan and firmly believes in giving back to the community. Fahad is known for his distinctive approach and strong spatial sense, which is evident in all his projects. His work has been published extensively, both locally and internationally, and has represented his country on many international forums in the last 10 years. He has received the first National Award for Architectural Design Excellence in 2009 for the covered swimming pool and fitness faculty building in Islamabad Club, and the Honorable Mention for the Architectural Design Excellence for 2 consecutive cycles, 2013 and 2014. From IIAP, Institute of Architects, Pakistan, for a private residence and the Polo Complex, both in Islamabad, Pakistan. He was the first elected chairman of ACYA, Arcacia Committee of Young Architects, Architects Regional Council Asia, where he served for 2 years term 2015 and 2016. He currently holds the position of the first honorary secretary and founder member of the Eastern Regional Organization for Planning and Human Settlements, Pakistan chapter. Let us now proceed to the presentation from architect Fahad.
I am Fawad Suhail Abbasi, a practicing architect and interior designer from Pakistan. Very fortunate to be part of the FIDA event. I think it's a great event. Have been lucky enough to be one of the international jurors also in Pakistan, Lahore. I am an architect who's been practicing for almost 2 decades in Islamabad and in Karachi in Pakistan. We as architects in Pakistan go through a lot of interesting, I would say, characteristics of architecture when we're practicing or we started our practice. I was lucky because I had a mentor. I had someone who I looked up to, and what better than your own father, who was a famous architect of the country. He had lots of great buildings as an author and has a lot of exposure. And he was there to teach me. And so in 2002 onwards, I started practicing with him. The firm is called Suhail and Fawad Architects. And we're working towards a portfolio which looks after hospitality projects, retail design, corporate office design. We're doing a national hotel and lots of interesting projects that cater from mid-rise buildings to large corporate interiors, and of course mid-size and large farmhouses, because that's the kind of forte that we work around. This particular the idea of this talk, which I felt is important because coming from a background of art and architecture and living in Islamabad, which is the first linear city of Asia, we were lucky enough to be able to understand what the outdoor and indoor design really meant, how nature and the man-made could blend together, and how an architect would actually work at playing a really important role to be able to show and bring it close to what a community living or a neighborhood really meant. So the topic was something that I thought was perfect to talk about, to have grown up in a city which had all the characters of a green, beautiful city. And so born and raised in Islamabad, Pakistan, meant so much to me. And I'm very honored to share the stage with some of the most iconic people from the region and around the world. So my name is again Fawad Suhail Abbasi. I'm a partner and design lead from Suhail and Fawad Architects in Pakistan. And I'll move to the first slide and show you what we really are doing. So my presentation is on urban spaces, communities, and the emerging social fabric, the role of the architect. I think it's important when we talk about how cities and neighborhoods and built environments sort of get together as one whole. When I talk about the learning process, really, it was surely something that is taught in our studio, and whenever we're designing a building or we're designing a space, we always talk about how a building would gel into the nature. So everything that's designed within our office, we always figure out a way to see how it will interact with the environment. This came along when I was learning, and what better way to learn from my own father, who's been practicing in Pakistan for the last 50 plus years. So his experience on large and medium-sized projects has always come out in a way that our office, the architects, the draftsmen, the engineers, they all kind of learn from the vast experience that he came to, and whatever buildings that he's done from day one have of course been experiential in a lot of ways. But of course, the idea is that living and working in Islamabad, where naturally the national green is kind of very visible from everywhere, it's got to kind of be part of your architecture in a big way. And growing up in a city like Islamabad, which is the first linear city in Asia, the green atmosphere, the green environment was always a major element of design for most of the architects that worked in this area. Like I said, we deal with every project with an integrated approach. We are both modernists at heart and take strong influences from history, context, and local materials expressed through geometric forms that create series of augmented spaces. So we talk about environment, we talk about built environments. it is crucial for anyone to understand the local materials, the regional materials that are part of that area. And we have a very rich culture that coming from the areas of Punjab, or even if we go towards Sindh or Balochistan, or even the frontier province, where brick has always been very important. Stone has been very, very important in terms of constructing buildings or spaces, as I might say. So when we talk about that, the studio always looks for human-centric possibilities that enable us to the user to go through various atmospheres that have difference of scale, materiality. All these differences cater to various psychological needs. The overall consequence of light and greenery are the key intangible ingredients creating an attractive and indulging space. For us, the neighborhood is as important as the building itself. So, coming from a country which has a very rich culture, and the rich culture means that a lot of people, a lot of family, and a lot of neighbors, they're all kind of part of your household. We're big on meeting people. We're famous for being very hospitable. We'd love to have guests over. So if you look at our design and our kind of way of living, the spaces that we plan play a very vital role. As an architect, I've always tried to understand the relation between the socio-physical characteristics of the neighborhood and community participation. I've always been interested in studying the interaction between humans and environments. Our work is directly influenced with nature and how nature and man-made kind of respond. Even as a student of architecture, I wanted to research as to how one can improve quality of life through design. It's always fascinated me to see the impact of architecture can be, if one is sensitive to the small details it can have, lasting impressions on the lives of millions. I think as architects, we do and we can kind of create spaces that leave a mark on you. For a person who is not an architect but kind of interacts with that space, we do need to create spaces that, or we tend to create spaces that leave a mark on people who've come and they're exposed to that environment. Design my buildings only to the point of setting the frames, the volumes, the vocabulary, the proportions, the specifications, and wait for it to whisper to me, to stop and let it do the rest itself. I think I can hear the whisper. When I say that the proportions or how the impact of the space is really, I think it's given us the liberty as architects to really think out of the box. Think out of the box in the sense that why do spaces that leave no impact? So as architects, we trained to think in 3 dimension. We can visualize a space that how it would look later once it's built. I want to really talk about the city and the impact of the city that I've grown up in. Islamabad, the capital itself, the first design capital of a country like Pakistan. Islamabad is the capital of Pakistan and the first planned linear city in Asia. In the north of the city, you will find the Mughla Hills. Hot summers, monsoon rains, and cold winters with sparse snow from the hills almost summarize the climate of this beautiful city. So we're lucky. We get to have all 4 seasons. We have the fall, we have the winters and the summers, and the beautiful autumn. So if you look at the pictures that I'm kind of showcasing of the city that I've grown up in, it's a modern city. It's got the beautiful climates that I talked about. So why not, and why shouldn't really it have an impact on the architecture, and why not that it leaves a mark on you in a sense that you really have the good luck of being able to drive down 45 minutes to a hill station. You've got the really sharp kind of winters. The summers are hot but impactful. You've got lovely rains. You've got the monsoon rains happening. So it's the city's kind of, I've grown up seeing the city grow. And when I talk to my father, who was one of the first pioneers of modern movement in the country, and was able to design some really interesting buildings that we saw being built and become part of the fabric of the city. I was lucky to see them being built, most of them at least. The early 60s, when Islamabad was being built, was being planned, and buildings were coming up by some of the foreign architects, and then of course other Pakistani architects that were building their own design philosophy and something that we call Pakistani architecture. The city really gave it that flavor. The national monument, planned for the future and built for the present, the metropolitan area of Islamabad is Dynatropolis. The green city is all about parks, neighborhoods, and hospitable people. So the city itself is not only green, but one of the finest cities of Asia, where when you come in, you have the good luck of really designing buildings here. It gives you the nature kind of is there's no way that you can forget that and not have nature part of your buildings. So the master plan of Islamabad reflects the needs of the physical environment to an increasing degree, starting with the straight line alignment of the 2x2 kilometer grid, iron system of the major transportation corridors down the forms of local elements, local roads with small radius curves, dead ends and loops, pedestrian roads with stairs, etc. So the city is really a city of lights, I would say now. It's really grown. A lot of people have moved from the suburbs, from the rural areas to the city itself. So you see a nightlife, which was not there in the early 80s and probably not in the early 90s as well. But then the city grew, and it's got a horizontal growth happening even now, and we see the impacts of that too. But overall, the city has a degree of impact that one can clearly notice. So the important buildings, I would think, that have come up: the Supreme Court building, the Faisal Mosque itself, which is one of the largest mosques in Asia, the Serena Hotel by Naili Dada. Another two important buildings that my father designed, of course, the National Art Gallery of Pakistan. He's one of the co-authors, and State Life Tower, which is again a vertical office building, and of course the National Art Gallery. So in our office, again, like I said, the local material has been crucial to our design philosophy, brick being the major core of our design. And we normally look at our buildings in brick and kind of complementary materials. So if you look at these two buildings, the National Art Gallery for me is important because from the day the stone laying ceremony happened, I was very young at the time. Then the building was completed in 2007, and the State Life Tower, which is a recent building completed. These two buildings, of course, have a different character. The National Art Gallery, of course, has. The reason for showing the project is because I think it's a building that brings the community together. It brings the people together. The art exhibitions that are happening here, they're permanent exhibits, they're constant exhibitions happening here, theater is happening here, there are a number of musical events that happen here. So it's a very, very cosmopolitan, yet very, very, it symbolizes and the love of art, really. On the other hand, post-COVID, and now the way we look at buildings now, we would now look at buildings with a lot of terraces. This building, although designed in the mid-90s, still had that impact. Took about 25 years to build the State Life Tower, but still, I think it was designed for the future with lots of terraces, walkout spaces. This is how our new buildings that we're working on, and most of the architects in Pakistan since pre-COVID and post-COVID have reworked or rethought about how buildings need to be looked at in terms of indoor-outdoor spaces. So that's one of the reasons. So Ilfad Architects strongly believes in regionalism, context and use of local materials, love for nature, sensitivity to climate, site conditions. The multidimensional spaces which openly celebrate traditional dichotomies such as old and new, inside and outside, as one whole but complementing each other. So how we look at our buildings is really an indoor-outdoor space. It is all about being able to walk out of a living room, walk out of your master bed, and just being able to not just look at the green outside through courtyards or green spaces, but really experience those spaces. So most of our projects, whether large or small, they all have those elements clearly defined when we design our buildings. I'm going to show a few projects which talk about interaction, they talk about transition spaces, they talk about neighborhood, they talk about communal spaces. This particular building is a residential building, and it's designed around courtyards, of course, green spaces. And if you look at the plan also, it's if you quickly look at that, it's again a U-shaped plan. The whole family gets along, the neighbors come in. So it's really something that was very close to my heart, in a corner site. And I thought it was something that I would love to show to our audience. The rooms all are, the landscape is kind of brought inside the house itself. So you can experience it with just sitting in your room, or you can just walk out into the veranda and really experience it physically. The house is kind of opening into that. The glazing is very clear and spot on, in the sense that it looks like that you're sitting in the garden within the house. Similarly, another project in Karachi, which also talks about green spaces, the courtyards itself, the use of regional materials, again, is something that the office really celebrates. The use of old wooden jalis that we feel are the way to archive them, the way to restore them is to reuse them into our building. So a modern building can have those elements, like you see the blue windows or even the veranda doors that are old but then reutilized in a way that become part of the building. Courtyards and gardens have always brought light and life into all our buildings, giving the end user the option to walk out into these private spaces. For some, this is a waste of space due to high land prices, as clients want more, especially if the site is small. So I think the idea of breaking the concrete structure is really about through bringing these green spaces inside the house. And and then of course using local tiles, using interesting patterns, color and green spaces throughout our buildings is crucial to our design philosophy. And in an urban context, of course, this is something that people have understood. In an urban environment, why keeping these green spaces is more important than a concrete structure itself. So I think we've been able to bring that through our clients and been able to educate them in the process. Planning of spaces and all, making fundamental choices, deciding what to maximize, minimize for achieving one's aim. Making the right choices leads to decisiveness. Functions and materials who have to be ruthlessly selected, and one must get rid of any superfluous objects or fused objects, really. So again, like I said, we try to really look at the materiality of our buildings, like we look at the buildability itself, how an office building and a roof garden of the office building can really work better than not having one. So this building was designed specifically for an office space. And again, the office opens on the top level, opens into these roof gardens, and then of course how brick can be used is another example of how we really want the raw concrete to blend in with the brick itself. And again, installations, artwork plays a vital role in our design. And we try and really blend that or fuse that with the color palette that we choose for our buildings. The spaces, every space, of course, has to really open into something green or a plantation or a source of light, which really helps in kind of bringing the best out of a concrete structure itself. How we kind of cut the light through by defining cantilevers, use of metal structures or metal windows that then bring in light by really cutting the light in a way that it doesn't influence or turn anything bad in a way. A design isn't finished unless someone uses it. I firmly believe that a home is really not built unless you live in it. It's people live in it and really enjoy the spaces. So, but this particular project that I'm showing is a project that we got an award for. We got a national award for the Polo Complex in Islamabad, Pakistan. The project itself was designed in 5 phases, where we did the infrastructure design, we did the landscape, and of course we did the buildings for the Polo Complex. The first designed Polo Complex in Asia, and we were able to design the entire master plan initially. Then we did the stables and the corrals, the buildings itself. We did the dining facility buildings, the grounds, which are the polo fields, the polo arenas, the stick and ball fields. We did the overall design for the irrigation lake around it, a really communal space in the literal sense. People come and enjoy polo matches, of course, but then they are part of the green landscape, which goes through miles really. The stables, the green spaces, the materials of the buildings, they're all very contextual. They're brick and concrete, which is again user friendly, maintenance friendly. And I think that's one of the reasons for the success of the project. And we're very happy that we've been able to contribute to the environment and to the overall space planning of a place that we belong to, the city itself, Islamabad. Again, the buildings, the members' changing rooms are all done in materials that are very easy to maintain. Of course, our favorite material, the brick itself. The spectators arena, of course, is done in raw local wood with metal fencing, so it's really easy to maintain. The grooms' dormitory buildings, which are again courtyard buildings, again are kept in brick and concrete, so it's easy to maintain. Design is where science and art break even. A very interesting statement I found, and I thought that I'd share one of my sketches for a building that I designed a few years ago. This particular indoor open space is the Marquee Cafe, which is part of the Polo complex. Of a number of restaurants that we've done, this was a very unique design in terms of really a space sitting inside a green space. So I thought it was, when we talk about communal spaces, we talk about communities or the built environment, I thought this is a project that a number of people can relate to. And I think we were able to bring in a design that the clients agreed with. The brick bases that the poles come out with, the structure was very simple, tensile fabric roof, and something that it's like whenever you go there, it's like you're sitting outdoors, but then you're indoors as well. The night lighting was really studied and made part of the interiors, so it becomes like this lit up large Marquee Cafe every night. How they blend in with the greens outside during matches as well. So it's very earthy. It's like it's coming out of the soil. So it was a very fantastic kind of a experience to be able to design something like this. Again, when you talk about contextual design, this building, which is a pharmaceutical building, was again done. A linear design was done for a pharmaceutical company, corporate office, but looked at for long term. It was looked at for the future. Again, the idea is that when the employees come to work and they're part of a group or a team of people who work together, they spend a number of hours in a facility like this. So the idea was that it, of course, had natural light. It would always be interactive. So courtyards were introduced into the building form, and we were able to really bring together the future of what a corporate office design would be. So it's again an indoor-outdoor building and very approachable, very easy to maintain, and I think a very earthy structure. One of our recent projects was smaller but a very interesting U-shaped plan courtyard house, Residence 84. Again, it was the courtyard makes it all that airy and all that well lit because two houses on both ends kind of stuck together. But this particular house had a courtyard which brings on the natural light to the building itself. The use of the brick jali, the marble chips coatings, they're all kind of gel together as one. So bringing an element which we feel is quite naturally contextual and regional that we work with. The way the light is brought in through skylights, through natural Jarokas, and through, of course, the major courtyard space that is crucial to the design phase. The riding clubhouse, again, another building of ours, which is, of course, designed for members and of course horses, because it's part of a larger master plan where we did the master plan design, we did the architecture, the interior design, even the artworks. And it was very interesting because if you get the opportunity to really do the master plan, where all the aspects of communal design is looked at, where people will come in and they'll be able to use it more. It was really nice that we were able to define everything that happens, even the artworks, the sculptures, everything that happened in interior, we were part of after the master plan architecture. A very simple layout, but impactful in a way that it sits firmly in front of the paddocks and the main riding area. A very important CSR project. I thought I'd show that because we in Pakistan, we really look into CSR projects, and the cafe itself, which is approachable, very approachable in many ways, but it's very locally crafted. Most of the things that you see in the building are completely local, of course, but we've tried to really utilize the space with the lovely views of the Mughla Hills, with the roof garden or the roof baghicha that we call on the second floor, the cafe on the first level, and of course the boutique on the lowest level. So the entire building was kind of renovated, restored with modern technology, with modern finishes, but very regional. One of the beauties of architecture, at each time it's like life starting all over again. I thought it was a very pertinent statement by Renzo Piano, one of my favorite people. This sketch that we did for one of our projects, which were kind of remodeling of existing cricket stadiums. Like many countries, we're very, very big on cricket. So again, thinking about how every person would approach this project, how close we are to cricket. And I was trying to make it as I would think artistic as possible, natural light and ventilation, and of course how we would keep it well was something that was very important to my design philosophy. I would, in the end, would like to show you some of our projects that we've been working on post-COVID. Had to make these were buildings that we were working on, but then COVID hit and we redesigned or relooked at what post-COVID design would be all about. Specifically, if we talk about urban design. So the Courtyard by Marriott, which is under construction, again is a brick and stone building being done in Islamabad, Pakistan. As the architects of the project, and this U-shape, this central courtyard plan is again done in a way that it looks like a Pakistani building. This is something done, I would say, intentionally or unintentionally, but it's done for a purpose, because I feel that design cannot be alien. It has to work around a space which can have all kinds of buildings around, but it should kind of celebrate the neighborhood around it also. So we've made sure that the buildings around it become part of the landscape. It's under construction, so we're very excited about how it's coming along, and we're at a point in our lives where we feel that the indoor-outer spaces will probably be the need of the hour. Another building that's under construction, the Sky Park 1. It's a residential oblique mall building, or so I would say a mixed-use building. We've got apartments at the top level, and we've got the mall on the lowest 4 levels. Again, we're doing a Sky Park on the 10th level. It's a place where the residences, the people using the building or living in that building will be able to come in. You'll be able to use the volleyball court, the swimming pools, the gym area, the cafe that we've designed upstairs, and it'll be a very green space. Something that we've been doing for years now, but now looking at vertical towers that are going to become part of this courtyard design or courtyard plan, rather than just being a block where it only has views on the outside. So it's an introverted building, and kind of something that we are really working on towards in terms of our design philosophy. One Expressway, another corporate office building that's been done post-COVID and is under construction right now. We've been able to again bring in every office space has outdoor spaces. Every corridor or a transition space is again well lit, skylights, open spaces, and of course views to the outside was very, very important to the initial design. And it's coming out really well, and we're really excited about the end result. The Fairfax concrete structure with brick as our main core design, and of course glass where it's really needed. Night lighting, of course, is crucial to our design philosophy, so we're really working around that as well. And the last building that I want to show you before I end my presentation is another apartment complex that we're designing. It's a high-end apartment building because it's got only 4-bedroom apartments, about 70 or so. The roof garden again is being used for multiple events. And of course, every block can approach these roof gardens directly through their elevator to the service core, and then have courtyards on the ground floor level as well, but well connected, well lit. Again, like I said, in our design philosophy, we've always made sure that we don't alienate our neighbors. We made sure that it becomes part of and blends, our architecture blends in with what we have next to us. Of course, we do realize also that looking at the future of design and architecture in the world, we would always tell our clients to sort of kind of come down to a smaller footprint, but leave more space for outdoor areas or courtyards or green spaces, which in a number of ways we've been able to educate them, and I think it's worked in most of our cases. So before I end, architecture at its visionary best engaged exhilarates and inspires. It possesses a quality almost indescribable that embodies design ingenuity, connection to place, and above all, imagination. I thank you all of you for this great honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Fahad, for your insightful presentation. I'm certain that the audience have found it to be a very insightful presentation. Now we shall take a short break for a sponsor video, post which we shall proceed to our next speaker, Professor Sheila Srikumar from Sydney, Australia.
This is Amit, and I am a proprietor of Metro Books, and our firm is a 12-year-old firm located in Delhi, and we have our head office in Delhi, and we have our 2 branch offices. One is in Pune and another one is in Chennai. So we are dealing in architecture and engineering books, and our core specialization is for engineering books, engineering and architecture books. We have our specialization in architecture planning, interior design, animation, facility design planning, digital architecture, and construction project management, urban design, etc. So as you see, there are different books we have in our offices. So let me tell you, explain you the different books here. Like we have books for different publishers like Thames, Anderson, Lawrence King, etc., MIT Press. So you can see here in this rack that like all these books are very basic books, and most of the books are into various universities syllabus, and also there are some civil titles are also there, like the Sears one, like the Passive and Low Energy, and you can again see here some very basic books required for all universities, and you can see here the books in this rack is for Wiley, and this is a US based publisher, very renowned publisher, and publishing books on various subjects, and very famous books they have published so yet, and we are directly procuring from this publisher. And in this rack you can see the Routledge publisher. This publisher is from UK, and again a very renowned publisher. in the field of engineering and architecture subject. So they also publish on all the subject like planning, urban design, interior design, fashion, animation, photography, etc. Like again, you can see some books published by Indian publishers in this rack, and these are the very basic books published by different publishers. So we are also doing publishing for architecture books, and we deal in architecture books, and you can see these are the books by Design Media, and again this is a very famous publisher for design books and architecture books. And like I have told you that we are into the publishing field also, and we have published few titles on architecture subject, and some more titles also we are going to publish in next year, and this year also we are going to publish few titles, and we are still working on those titles to get it published within this year. Like one is for planning, and other one is for architecture, and one is for history of architecture. So these are the fields which we are planning this year. And you can see here the books based on design. This is again a very famous publisher for design books, and name of the publisher is Cent Points. So that's this publisher is from China, and again you can see some more books for Link publishers, and that is again also a US publisher. Again you can see some book published by Actor publisher, and you can see some Archibald books are also there. That's again a very Korean publisher. Again some books are for links for different on housing, digital architecture, on housing, roofs, etc. And here you can see the books for European publishers. So all these books are for European publishers. So these are the books I have just shown you, and we are try to cover each and every subject relating to architecture, especially in publishing also. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
I would like to introduce our sixth speaker for the afternoon session, architect Dr. Sheila Srikumar from Sydney, Australia. She is an academician in the West Sydney University of Australia. Sheila's expertise combines her architecture and management with her research on climate change. Let us now proceed to architect Sheila Srikumar's presentation.
A very good day to all the staff and students of SRM IST. This is Sheila Srikumar talking to you from Sydney, Australia. Just to introduce myself, I'm an architect, graduate of the School of Architecture and Planning, Chennai. It used to be called Madras then. And at the time I studied there, I think it was the only college in the city of Chennai. Yeah. So now I'm very happy to hear that there are so many institutions that have come up in Tamil Nadu, teaching architecture. And I have been told that SRM is one of the leading institutions um, for the architecture degree. So I'm very happy that I have been contacted to share my experience and knowledge that I've gathered over the years with all of you. So, starting off as an architect, I think I'm one of the few people who has ventured into management. I did an MBA, and then subsequently I've done a PhD, and my PhD topic is related to climate change. So my involvement with climate has started right from my undergraduate days because my thesis was climate in architecture when I did my BR. And years later, when I've done my PhD, I've once again ventured into climate, and my topic was related to climate change. So, trying to bring these three areas of my expertise, architecture, management, and climate change, I have formulated this presentation for all of you. Um, I'm really happy that institutions like SRM, IST, the School of Architecture and Planning are hosting this Icon Best 2021 and bringing together, architects from all over the world to talk to all of you, the future generation architects. And it'll be nice to share, our thoughts and views and, what we have learned over the years with all of you. So I'm really looking forward to seeing all the presentations later when they come online. And my talk to you today is going to be about the impact of climate change on the built environment and the reversal, that is the impact of the built environment on climate change, and what is your role as an architect. So that is the focus of my presentation today. So I hope that you enjoy the presentation, and I will answer questions at the end of the presentation if you have any. Okay, so I'm ready to start the presentation. Yeah, the role of the architect and the built environment in the whole business of climate change. So that's my topic. So I'm sure that all of you are very well aware of climate change, but just to make sure, I'll give you a brief introduction to what it is all about before I plunge into the impact for the built environment. Okay, so you all understand this whole concept of global warming and climate change. These two terms are used interchangeably, but you have to realize that climate change is a derivative of global warming. And global warming occurs because of the trapping of the greenhouse gases. Uh, you know, the trapping of the heat by the greenhouse gases, which are water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone. So because of this trapped heat, which we call global warming, we are seeing the effects on climate, and we are seeing that there are changes in climate. Okay, initially, um, the science of climate change, which says that human activities, especially in relation to burning fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal, has contributed to the CO2 emissions, which are part of the greenhouse gases. Now, this was met with a lot of denial and skepticism, and there was a whole lobby which tried to prevent people from accepting this as a fact. But then over the years now, with more proof, and also we are directly feeling the effects of climate change, this whole concept has changed. Initially, the companies were just caught greenwashing. The term used is greenwashing, where they said they were doing something, but they were not actually doing anything. So that term, if you can remember, is called greenwashing. But now, especially in my PhD research, I found that businesses have moved away from that, and they've come to a stage which is called as precautionary principle. That is, okay, we are not scientists, we don't know for 100% whether what the scientists say is true or not, but let's not err on the side of you know, the wrong, but let's do what is needed for the sake of our future generations. So that is a very positive thing that I found when I was researching the Australian businesses. So it's a question of time before everybody pulls up their act and starts doing something to reduce their emissions. Now, in terms of what are the impacts of climate change in general and specific to India, I found in the World Bank site, of course, we are going to have high temperature climatic regimes, especially along the coast and in the peninsula. And you're going to have extremely wet monsoons, melting of glaciers, and sea level rise. So these are the direct impacts of climate change. Now, the indirect impacts will be the impact on agriculture, excessive floods, water scarcity, energy security, coastal economy will be affected, and also a lot of extinction of plant and animal species is predicted. Okay, so the one of the main agencies in the world which is trying to do something about climate change is, of course, the United Nations. They have this body called UNFCCC, which convenes these conference of the party COPs every year, where all the countries are represented and decisions are taken in terms of what the different countries will do towards addressing climate change. Okay, so one of the key COPs that happened was the Paris Agreement in 2016, which has um, set targets for different countries to meet by 2030. So, of course, all of us are very happy that Biden, the minute he became president, has joined back the Paris Agreement because Trump had pulled out of it. Okay, so additionally, the United Nations also has set out Sustainability Development Goals, SDGs, okay, with for the world to what is sustainability? Sustainability is the way we live so that we do not deplete the world for the future generations. So we should live sustainably so that we leave what we inherited intact for the next generation. So that is what sustainability is all about. So if you see this screen where I have shown you the 17 Sustainability Development Goals of the United Nations, you will see that climate action is listed as number 13, along with so many others. Now, my contention is that climate action has to be an umbrella goal because if you actually look at it, hunger, poverty, health and well being, clean water and sanitation, life below water, life on land, so many of the other goals are dependent on climate. So the importance given to climate action has to be stepped up on, and I do hope somebody in the United Nations is listening to my presentation and does something about it because action on climate change is bound to affect every other aspect of life. Okay, in terms of India, the picture painted about India's progress towards achieving the 2030 goals set in the Paris Agreement is looking very good. India has emerged as a global leader in renewable energy investments, and it is well on its way to reach its 2 degree centigrade compatible Paris Agreement targets. And also, um, India, because India is leading in renewable energy projects, it is well on its way to become a global climate leader because of reducing its dependency on coal-fired power plants. Unfortunately, Australia is in a not in a position similar position because here the dependency on coal is very high, both for the economy and for the generation of on power. And renewable energy targets are not being pursued as much as it is being done in India. So you guys have to be very proud about this. Okay, so now we are going to start focusing on the built environment. Um, anybody would think that transport is the biggest culprit in terms of emissions. But actually, if you look at the scientific statistics, the built environment contributes much more to carbon dioxide emissions than transport itself. Okay, so what are the effects of the built environment on the natural environment? Now, I'm not talking specific to climate change, I'm just talking in general about the natural environment. So, what is happening is as the cities are spreading, as urban structure is expanding, so definitely we are looking at more deforestation and changing of agricultural land into concrete jungles. So land use and land use change is a huge culprit. And of course, we have burning of fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal. Cement production is a major contributor to emissions. Then we have excessive water consumption in excess of the availability of water resources, and we are depleting natural resources. And then because of this urban sprawl, we have this huge waste management issues. Okay, so we are impacting on the natural environment in so many ways. So it is our responsibility as architects to do something about this. So that is what I'm going to focus the rest of my presentation on. Okay, so now this slide, I'm talking about the specific contribution of the built environment to climate change. Okay, so in terms of climate change, basically here we are talking about carbon dioxide emissions. Okay, so we all know that God, in all his sensibilities, made us breathe oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, and he designed the plants to take in carbon dioxide and give out oxygen. So it was a beautiful design statement. He did a good job in designing it, except that he didn't realize that man, in his greed, was going to start chopping the trees and build vertical skyscrapers with no access to plants or vegetation or anything to absorb the carbon dioxide that we produce. And also, from the days, like even from the days when I started practicing architecture, we had a whole lot of emphasis on vernacular architecture, traditional architecture, traditional methods of ventilating buildings, of bringing in sunlight and natural light into the building, and cross ventilation and sun shading and effects. And there are so many things that we used to do. But then what has happened is, ever since they invented all this artificial lighting and air conditioning, and it's become the norm, then what has happened is we've totally forgotten about our responsibility towards the environment. So we have become totally developed. We build these boxes of glass boxes, which are totally dependent on air conditioning and artificial lighting. It is not only detrimental to the environment, it is also detrimental to human health. But that's the way we have been going. Okay, and then all the technologies that we are used, right from I mentioned cement production, are very carbon intensive technologies. Okay, so and in terms of depletion of water resources, so that is also adding to the climate change issues. And then our sewage and drainage systems and our waste disposal systems, all of them are contributing towards climate change parameters. So as architects, we all face a choice. Do we remake the built environment to become carbon neutral, that is zero carbon dioxide emissions, or do we continue business as usual and let the future generation face the consequences? So this is the dilemma that we face. Now, the dilemma is a huge dilemma because most of us are short-sighted. Almost all of us are short-sighted. We are only thinking of, how am I going to make my money? How am I going to please the client? How, we are only thinking about our generation, our present. We are not thinking about the future. We are not thinking about the future generation. So that is where first of all, our mindset has to change, our psychology has to change first, so that we start understanding that we have a responsibility for doing something to protect the future generation. So, having said that, it's not all so bleak, because yes, the building industry is waking up, and we are having loads of progress towards green buildings and green cities. Okay, so we are, many companies and individuals are making efforts to using local resources for building materials, not try to import it from all of the world, increasing the logistics problems, going back to traditional and vernacular architecture, and rethinking the urban design and building design and construction methods, design of fenestration and shading devices, reducing dependency on air conditioning and artificial lighting, and above all, using solar energy, using solar panels to provide the necessary energy for whole building development. Okay. And of course, the easiest and the simplest thing for us to do will be to make sure that we are at least being energy efficient. Okay. And using renewable energy wherever possible. Okay. Rainwater harvesting, water recycling, and also the waste management within development. All this is being done. Now, what needs to be really stepped up is the landscape management. Like, as in every architect should realize that, um, it's the easiest solution would be to chop trees which are coming in the way. But instead of that, you have to make sure that you are actually planting more and bringing more greenery into a building development. So this is very important, and all of you must realize that. So, what is the role of the architect in this process? So, at the outset, yes, as an individual, how much can you do? As an industry, how much can you do? So, what is it that is within your capabilities and capacities to do? So, that's what I want to discuss now. Okay, so as individual architects, what is within your scope? The within your scope is, to design so that you take care of the environment. Now, what are the things that are going to block you from doing it? Additional costs. Definitely, I've seen that if you want to be environmentally conscious, you have to invest more. Like, you have to get materials which will cost more, get fixings, you know, um, like even the LED lights and everything that you need to improve the efficiency of a building is going to cost more. So how are you going to accommodate that? So which means that you have a responsibility to educate your client, okay? To educate your client of the savings in the longer run. Install solar panels, yes, you will have an additional cost in the beginning, but show them how they can save energy costs in the long run. So that is a responsibility that you have. You have to imbibe it. You have to accept it first before you can start teaching your client. So, and also as individual architects, you have to make sure that you are greening the environment. Make sure that there's enough greenery around the environment. Okay, as architect professional groups. Now, this is a very important role, the industry representation, because we do realize that architects by themselves may not be able to do much or progress much. We have to work with other industries. We have to work with other sections of the building industry itself, and also with other industries, say like the electricity industry or the renewable energy industry. So the professional groups, the architectural professional groups have got a very key role to play, because they are the ones who can bring in change at a higher level, or even, and if necessary, even bring in certain norms and rules and regulations which have to be followed, because if you leave it to a voluntary um, decision by individual architects, you and I know it's not going to happen, because we need to have a top down kind of a control, and that top down control has to come from professional organizations, uh, professional industry groups. So as an architect in a professional industry group, they have that kind of responsibility. And then there are so many architects working in policy making agencies. So they have a role in representing the building industry and making sure that policies are made which need to be followed by the building industry. And most importantly, architect educators. Okay, so I'm very pleased to see that most of the architectural colleges have included climate change and sustainability into their curriculum, and if not, at least I'm sure they'll be doing it in the near future. So this is a very important aspect which is evolving. So I'm very happy to see that. So we have so many responsibilities as architects in the different groups. Okay, so in addressing climate change, you have to be aware of two different approaches, both equally important. Okay, one is adaptation, and the other one is mitigation. Now, what does adaptation mean? Adaptation is reaction, the reaction to what is being caused by climate change. But mitigation is proactive. Proactive in the sense that you are trying to reduce your emissions, increase your energy efficiency, so that you are contributing towards reducing the carbon footprint. So both adaptation and mitigation are very important for the building industry. Okay, in terms of climate in architecture, okay, so when you're designing buildings, you have to make sure that the buildings are capable of handling excessive heat and cold. And then you're talking about recent Chennai floods and all that, like increased rainfall. So that is something that you have to take care of. Sea level changes you have to take care of for coastal development. And then you're having very frequent extreme weather events such as cyclones and hurricanes. So there are so many things that climate change is impacting on humans, and as architects, you need to be able to adapt to face those calamities. Now, in terms of climate change in architecture, the most important thing is, of course, to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions, improve the carbon footprint, reduce energy consumption, increase landscaped areas, use renewable energy, use solar panels, or wind energy, whatever, and reduce the use of products which are using a lot of energy for production. So you have a absolutely important role in specifying products which are doing things to reduce their carbon emissions. So specification of building materials is very important. Okay, then another division that I want you to think about is, okay, if you're talking about a brand new design, a brand new development, it is easy, definitely it's easier for you to think of, green buildings and green cities and green areas, and, and do something to, make sure that the environment is not harmed, because it is in the design stage. Okay, so you can bring up developments which are self-sufficient, so that they don't even have to take electricity from the grid. They can generate their own electricity, renewable energy, so that they not only use their own renewable energy, maybe they may make more and supply to the grid. That's also a possibility. And it could be actually a source of income if you're selling electricity to the grid. Okay. And then if developments can be self-sufficient in terms of their own water supply, their own electricity generation, their own drainage and waste disposal, so without having to create all these huge problems, that we have across cities. And then, of course, easy to incorporate more landscape areas into the developments that you are newly designing. You can facilitate rainwater harvesting, you can design energy efficient buildings. Okay, so you can do a whole lot of things to um, go green in your proposed development. But one thing that we have to remember is this is a very, 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 very small percentage in comparison to the existing developments, the existing cities, the sprawling cities. What are we going to do about it? So that is actually a big challenge and also a big area uh, of possibility for architects, converting existing developments into green buildings and green developments. So that is a huge possibility. So I do hope that future architects take this as a challenge into looking at existing developments and how you can go about making them green. How about reducing their carbon footprint, reducing their energy consumption, reducing their wastage of water, increasing their dependency on renewable energy, changing the appliances that are being used into energy efficient appliances, and as far as possible to increase the green spaces around them and to reduce the amount of waste they generate. So this is the whole avenue that is there for everybody in all the cities all over the world of going and looking into existing developments, okay, and converting them into, or at least um, starting the process of taking them towards carbon neutral. So there are so many solutions that people have used. We are talking about indoor green walls, okay, just to generate some kind of oxygen and take in our carbon dioxide. And of course, solar panels, and of course, LED lights and stuff, sensor taps. Now, but every one of them, if you'll see, is definitely going to cost more. So that is the big problem that we as architects face. How do we convince the client to spend more for to save the environment? And also, India traditionally we have in our DNA, this living of the land, and and giving back to the land. So this is something that is not new to us, except that Western practices have come and changed our whole way of thinking. Okay, so just think of the days when we used to eat off banana leaves, and just recycle it. In the sense that those banana leaves actually feed the cows, and we didn't have to, waste water on washing it, or the whole process of creating these ceramic, plates and stuff, or stainless steel plates and stuff. All that was gone. We just took it from the plant, ate on it, and then it went to the cow. So it was such um, sustainable practice. So we have loads of sustainable practices, except that are they suitable for modern life? Okay, in modern life, we are leading such a rushed life. So are those practices suitable for us? So it needs design thinking. Each one of us should put on our design thinking caps to see how we can utilize traditional practices, vernacular practices, traditional materials, and how we can use it for our current day needs. Okay, so like some of the practices I noticed this one, this entire structure made of mud walls. And I think it's in Kerala, especially I think Kerala is really, really leading into sustainable architecture. Okay, so here this is a picture of the traditional work done in Chettinad buildings, the Madras terrace roof. So there's so much we can go back and learn from our past. So, but we need to be innovative and creative and use design thinking to incorporate those traditional practices into current architecture. Okay, so what are the forces which stop us from doing all that we want to do? Okay, so this is something that I actually found in my research. When you talk to the businesses, okay, whatever products they are making, whether it's cement production or whether it is manufacturing of appliances or anything. So what is happening is, they are constantly trying to meet increased demand. So even if they try to streamline their processes to reduce the efficiency, that is the emissions intensity of the process. So, but what is happening? The total volume of emissions is increasing because the demand is increasing. Okay, when I say emissions intensity, it's how much carbon dioxide they produce per volume of their product. Okay, so they are trying to reduce that, but the total emissions are increasing because they're selling more, they're making more, they're manufacturing more. So finally, it comes down to the consumption, consumer demand. Okay, so something has to be done about the consumer demand to reduce the to make the businesses reduce their emissions. And renewable energy solutions, like I told you, India is leading in that, but most of the other countries, they have to do much more in terms of renewable energy solutions. And then technology. Okay, um, most of the manufacturing processes, if you go into, they complain that they do not have alternative low emission technology. Okay, so how is this problem solved? Okay, so this is something not, which we as architects, we don't have any control over. So which means that we are dependent on other people doing their innovation and research and coming up with technology solutions. And lack of strong and consistent policies. Now, this is a big issue in all the countries in the world. Uh, Climate change legislation is totally fluctuating, between different parties. Some people want it, some people don't want it, some people don't believe, and some people, neglect it. So we do not have any consistent policy. At least I'm speaking about Australia. Okay, because Australia introduced 2012 carbon tax, which really was a good measure to make businesses reduce their emissions because they were paying millions in tax. So they had an onus to try to reduce their emissions. But then the next government came in 2014, it was a repeal. So we don't have a carbon tax right now. We don't have a very strong legislation also like now. And finally, lack of skills and knowledge. Okay, so we need to educate everybody. Everybody needs to be aware of what this has to be done. So this has to be incorporated into the education system. So these are the kind of things that we have to look into. And so deriving from my previous slide, we need to reduce consumption. We need to drive renewable energy production. We need to incentivize technology innovative solutions. We need to bring into force building legislation and regulation. And we need to accelerate the educational programs. So these are the things we need to do. I'd like to show you a small YouTube clip which sort of summarizes my research. Yeah, so whatever I said as a, the findings of my thesis apply to the built environment. So we might find ourselves helpless that we are not able to do things on our own. So we have to work in collaboration with the government, with the consumer, that is with the clients, with the people, and with other industries. Everybody has to work together to achieve what we need to achieve in terms of climate change. Okay, so I'm going back to my PowerPoint slides. Yeah, so I just want to conclude that, your role as future architect, first of all, you have to believe that it is become a very imperative for all of us to address this monster of climate change so that we do not deprive the future generations. So that's the first thing that you need to do is to change your mindset. Once you have changed your mindset, then you can start implementing it in your work. Change your whole approach to design. So the minute you pull up a fresh sheet of paper and start drawing your first conceptual sketches, think of the environment. Right from the first line that you draw, make sure that you are considering the environment. Choose low carbon footprint materials, which means that you have to educate yourself. I don't think at this point of time you have a ready reckoner which tells you, which material is producing how much, um, you know, uh, carbon emissions in the production process. So you have to do the research. You have to try to find out, and then design energy self-sufficient buildings using solar panels so that you don't take electricity from the grid, but you should be in a position to contribute to the grid. Create awareness in clients, make them aware that initially, yes, they might have to spend more, but they will recover it in the long run. So this is a sort of a win-win outcome, increase in initial investment versus future savings. And then working with all members in the supply chain, because you know that as architects, okay, you're a key role, you're a fulcrum, a player in this whole process of building a building. Okay, so you have to start right from your soil testing and consultants right up to your real estate agents who are selling the thing. There's an entire supply chain in the building industry, and you have to work with all members in the supply chain. So this is something that architects who are privileged to be at the industry level can do something about it. Influence the decision makers. Okay, and also as I mentioned, please, you got a whole future, you got a whole avenue there, very lucrative avenue of converting existing developments into energy efficient buildings and also to reduce the carbon footprint. So please do remember this, that there is a whole avenue out there for you. Okay, because no need, the the percentage of new development that is happening is very small, and there's no point for the whole generation of architects to fight for that small little window of opportunity. But you have a whole window out there when you can go into the renovation and refurbishment of existing buildings to bring them up to a green standard. So please think of this as a great opportunity. And a take home message from Obama. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change. And if we do not do something about it, we'll possibly be the last generation. Now, that sounds very scary. I don't think it's going to be that bad because awareness has come into the world and people are doing something about it. So I think there's a better prognosis. So what we need is a whole shift of paradigm. We have to start thinking differently. Of course, it is easier said than done, okay? Because we are all slaves to a carbon dependent economy. I'm giving you a long lecture, and at the end of it, I'll go out and start my car and drive to wherever I need to go. So that is the lifestyle that we are all used to, and that is something that we are not going to be ready to compromise. So definitely we are slaves to a carbon dependent economy, and we have to go back in time and draw inspiration from our forefathers, the way they lived. Here in Australia, there's a whole movement of trying to learn from the Aboriginals, the way they live, their practices, how they live as if, they are the guests of the land. Okay, they do not degrade the land, but they live as if they are the visitors to the land and the land is the owner. So that is how we need to live. We need to live sustainably so that we do not destroy the natural environment. And as Indians, we have an advantage because it is in our roots, it is in our blood. So it is definitely a easier proposition for a country like India to go back to our roots. And definitely we need to put on our thinking caps, our design thinking caps, our creativity, our innovation, so that we can integrate tradition with modern day needs. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. So do you have any questions? You can ask me. And my contact details are given there. I've given you my email address. If you need to talk, ask me anything, please do send me an email. That brings me to the end of my presentation. And so please do contact me if you have any queries. I will be very happy to answer your questions. And I hope it inspires the future generation of architects to, do something to address climate change. So thank you for this opportunity, SRM IST School of Architecture and Interior Design and Icon Best 2021. And wish you all the best. And I hope that the event is a huge success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, one and all, for being with us on the conference room 3 of the Celebrity Track. I'm sure you have had a very informative session from the morning from our national celebrity speakers and our international celebrity speakers. We are really honored to have all of you to participate in the conference Icon Best 2021. Look forward to you and joining us tomorrow for the alumni and the research tracks. Have a very good day.
Regular cement takes 28 days to make an airstrip. This one just took 4. Yes, it is the technology of the future, brought to us today by Dalmia Cement. And I'm building my house with the same.
Dalmia Cement, future today.
I'm a forest ranger and I don't allow any interference in the jungles. But this wildlife corridor was needed, so we built it with the world's greenest cement, Dalmia. And now I'm building my own house with the same.
Dalmia Cement, future today.
An 8-foot slab of concrete that can take a load of 500 tons, moving at such speed. Yes, it's the technology of the future. Brought to us today by the pioneers of sleeper cement, Dalmia. And I'm building my house with the same.
Dalmia Cement, future today.